at that point, I don't care what you look like, right? VTuber or otherwise, if you're charming and entertaining to watch, then I will watch your content. If 80% of the stream is boob, and that is stream is boob, and that is your content, at least be creative. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort. Speaking of boobs, chat, can I get a round of hello, YouTube? Because it's time to say hi, YouTube. We're going to be playing in Rosepass, and we did reclaim this fortress because it fell in like the first year. Yeah, I mean, if it's a charming, entertaining, engaging Eldritch Flesh Wall, I will absolutely watch the Eldritch Flesh Wall. I'm just saying, you can't see. Can't see. All right. Man, the pre-stream conversations went all over the place today. This is Rosepass. Rosepass is a fortress that we started 2 streams ago, and we're building stuff up on the surface. Specifically, we are building these little surface taverns for visitors, and we're not going to be defending it, really. I will be sending out military dwarves. The idea for this fort is to just not cause as many casualties as possible, but there's going to be a lot of casualties. We are within reach of 3 necromancer towers. There is Orbs Fords, which is a human tower. There is Leathered Strap, which is an elven tower. And we have Sun Painted, which is a human tower. And I'm thinking about building a couple like hotels and bars up here. We've got this one that we are currently working on, which has an upper floor now, a middle floor, which is empty, and a lower floor. We need something for the middle floor. The upper floor is getting there, though. Needs to be added in. However, now that I'm noticing, I haven't actually added it in yet, but this is what we're going to be working on today. We are going to be building this fort. The Red Inn is the name of this particular one. And it's growing slowly. I mean, we do have some new arrivals. The fortress is actually quite dense, this particular fort. And then down here is where we're actually building all of our living spaces. And I'm currently working on making my mayor just a little bit happier because he doesn't really like his bedroom, and he does need a tomb. So we're working on a few things. We got military set up. We're working on our personal combat entrance over here. We're filling it up with weapon traps. Military is down here, and they're training. They were getting a little pissy, so I gave them a fountain, which is helping quite a bit from what I can tell. Although for some reason, they are insisting on using copper shields instead of the iron ones that I made. So I need to look into why they're using copper shields and not iron, but also that doesn't really matter all that much. We got farming down here. We've got our alcohol stockpiles. We did kill a Titan, which was a good time. I also have that the Titan VOD downloaded, so I'm going to make a video out of it. Over here we have 2 statues, and this is the actual statue of our faction, which is a red-winged blackbird. And then this one here is our image, which is 7 dwarves that are dead, that are laughing because the initial 7 who founded this fortress died. So we're memorializing them that way. But I want to build a little tiny surface town up here. I want to build an extension for a more dwarfy area down here. We are inviting visitors and guests in, and I'm kind of thinking about like making the visitors and guests live on the surface because I think that would be a bit of fun. And yeah, that's Rosepass, a fortress that we are building. So we can now get to this. And I apparently need more beds. So let's start off by queuing up some beds. But we will turn on the Dwarf Redemptions in a little bit here. I've got some stuff I'd like to do first. But what we will do is we will read through the dwarves that are in the fort currently. Devilish Potato, Analysis Lover, Bastet, Celestaris, Gonatank, and Hiker Jag, Clockworks, Lightning Roger, Nortrum, and Safekeeps, as well as UGDPY, and Van Ori, and Zed San Art. And if you heard your name called and would like me to check in on your dwarf, just let me know in chat. So, yeah, that's the fort currently. That is the fort currently. We could probably train a network to learn latent space, which in that image is okay. Hold on. I told Fire the premise of Rosepass, and she said, "Welcome to Rosepass. Mosh pits on the roof." Seems about right. Silver Falcon, hello. First time catching the stream. You're loving the look of the fort so far, and you hope to find some inspiration for your next fort. Hell yeah, dude. If you need inspiration, I would recommend the Community Fort series that I do. And Ranger Rick wants me to read some word salads, so hold on. Over on the Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories, where one person at a time, you guys can write individual words and then make me read them from time to time. So let me scroll to the beginning of the most recent sentence, which is, slowly savor the slimy frog's feet lotion that people sneeze whilst afflicted with parlent hair. Nudie branch narcolepsy never normalizes new names. Marmalade might kill everyone. Plucks me. Ready. Done. All caught up. Then the next thing I have to say is exclamation point game jam in chat room, because me and my team are hosting a game jam. This is not our first game jam. We've done several now, or we've done one earlier. But if you are interested in taking part in a game jam, or know somebody who would be interested in taking part in a game jam, exclamation point game jam, and go share those links around. My team has a Discord, which can be found right here. If you would like to discuss the game jam, or if you're looking for group or all that. We allow teams. You can use AI art. You just need to tell people if you decide to. Of course, we'd prefer you doodle all the stuff yourself, or find one of the artists from the Discord servers. Yeah, should be a good time. What does the jam taste like? Space. Space jam. Just played this game for like 20 hours. Can you ask you, how is your style or way you build a barracks? I mean, it changes in every fort. But my current barracks is this. Just 2 little rooms. Space here where they can see the entryway. And then a little spot for them to sleep in. They have a mist generator up above that keeps them from getting too pissed. So that they generally stay not super stressed. Yeah, none of them are stressed, which is good. Speaking of jam, though, I am going to be making blackcurrant jam in the next week. And I've got 4 cabbages to harvest tomorrow. What's this? Is it generator? It's a mist generator. What's this? Does the game jam have a theme? It does, but it's not announced yet. It's powered by this. Also, this fort is running amazingly. You know, 97, like 90 to 100 frames per second, 121 dwarves is pretty fantastic. Like, I'm super happy with that. Super goddamn happy. But I think what I need to do right now is we need to work on military stuff, and I do have lots of iron and lots of coke. Beds are done, so let's get these beds queued up here. Elfie hyped for Game Jam. Also, for clarity's sake, the Game Jam isn't going to have any, like, cash prizes or anything crazy like some Game Jams, but the way we do our prizes, because, you know, we're a bunch of streamers, is we will play your games. If there isn't a lot of entrants, we'll play all of them, and if there's a lot of entrants, then we'll play the most popular ones. Time for steel? Maybe. I mean, I do have the stuff to make it, but, like, war isn't the goal of this fortress. Death is. So I'm kind of okay with not making steel and just rolling with iron, because I think it'll make things interesting. Speaking of things interesting, we just had a dwarf squished by a tree. Kick roast got squished by a tree. Rest in peace, Kick Roast. No, it was a different dwarf standing on top of it, chopping down the tree. It's not playing with the body. What a fell tree. Yes. Unless it was her kid, which would be kind of fucked up. New game in order to cut your map of trees. Yeah, I know exactly why it happens, but it's a little complicated. So many of your kobolds, are you playing with the kobolds as playable race mod or whatever? Kobolds are kind of painfully stupid, so. I think the next what's it called? The next arena mode video I'm gonna do is gonna be kobolds versus dwarves, because that last one was kind of funny with the gnomes versus dwarves one. Although I don't disagree with that comment. I think it was Foul G or somebody who said it. Said that the first round had a very kick the baby kind of vibe, because it, like, the dwarf just like stomped that poor little gnome into pulp. Didn't have a chance. I mean, everything in Dwarf Fortress are kind of painfully stupid, but that's part of the fun, I think. Blind said jam in your laptop crash? Oh no. I refuse to accept blame for your laptop crashing, though. Speaking of barking, there's actually a bunch of dogs barking outside. I haven't had any funny names recently, but the funniest name I ever had was the Pink Impaler, which was a pink tourmaline. No, it was the Pink Flesh Impaler, and it was a pink tourmaline scepter. Bring out your dead. You had one of those? Uh-huh. Go on. The Pink Flesh Impaler was definitely the best one. We laughed pretty hard. Or the time Bastet's dwarf made a thong was also pretty good. Whenever a dwarf makes a thong, it's pretty funny. Woo. Firmly grasp it, yes. Firmly grasp the Pink Flesh Impaler. I'm kind of, speaking of like random ad reads for things that I sell, Alfie, I'm kind of surprised I haven't gotten a single negative comment about me advertising my mugs at the very beginning of the Future of the Fortress video. I was kind of expecting somebody to be like, man, you putting ads for your own shit in here, but I also haven't sold any, so. For some reason, YouTube wants me to verify that I'm me. They've been asking me to do this a lot lately. It's like once a week. You'd like one of artifact quality? Yeah, no, I mean, I really, I don't know. I think it's also the fact that, like, you don't see the translated name by default, so I don't actually look at the translated names that often anymore. Like, I used to look at them pretty frequently, but it's been a while. All right, so I need to make a tomb for my mayor. So I think the mayor's tomb is just going to be right here. Actually, you know what? Let's just do stairs. And also, that's going to go into an aquifer, isn't it? Most certainly. Okay, let's go up then. Mayor's tomb. Exclamation point merch. Slice NYC. Attacking sharks. What kind of dwarf would you like? for the full list, we have a couple miners. We got a ton of rangers and animal caretakers. I don't know where they all came from. And we got a bunch of clothers. We got some fisher dwarves, a bunch of farmers, doctors, actual assigned doctors. No, that's what beavers do, Sterlonian. Since when do mayors need tombs? I mean, I just make them tombs because I'm nice, but I don't think they need them. Beard or no beard? Sharks? Because I guess, you could be my broker Tholtag, who's technically a crafts dwarf. You could be Raoul. You could be Bembul. No beard? Okay. Would you prefer Eusteth or Bembul? Clother or crafts dwarf? I like the fact that we have shark jumping walrus and attacking sharks in the same chat. Like, this is... this checks out. Bembul? You like Bembul? Okay. She is often sad and dejected, and she is quick to anger, and she has a sense of duty. Sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and doesn't mind a little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. She is not inherently proud of her talents and accomplishments, and she occasionally overindulges, and she is stubborn. She doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and when she's thinking, her body becomes very still. She needs alcohol to get through the working day, and is getting used to tragedy. She dreams of crafting a masterwork someday, and this dream was realized, and personally finds the following of tradition foolish and limiting, and doesn't respect a society that has settled into harmony without debate and strife. And she likes ash glaze, electrum, wax opal, and birch wood, moose leather, and the color pale brown, bucklers and amulets and donkeys for their stubbornness, and when possible prefers to consume maize beer, and that is hard to talk during, and does not, and she likes paradise, let's try this again. She likes moose leather and the color pale brown, bucklers and amulets and donkeys for their stubbornness, and when possible she prefers to consume maize beer and paradise nut fruits, and absolutely hates mosquitoes. No problem, big dog. I mean, back in the day, as in like December, or like even before then. Also, hi, Narav. Her hair is clean shaven and her eyelashes are extremely long. Her nose bridge is somewhat concave and her amethyst eyes are slightly sunken. Her ears are somewhat broad and her hair is gray mixed with auburn and her skin is cinnamon. Shark pit for fortress defense? I've seen a single Mako shark in this game once. So, I mean, if you actually had enough sharks, I don't know how strong they would be. I mean, it might work. Maybe. Would also like to note that your dwarf has a spouse. Who's unfortunately dead, Zassid, who was actually the captain of the guard, I think, and died when that big creature attacked. I love how many times I can have this conversation. It's like, oh, by the way, your dwarf is married and their spouse is dead. Like every time. You've seen sharks before in Dwarf Fort, I assume? Should stop marrying dead people. Hey, you know, love is love, right? Who are we to say they shouldn't? MLK, thank you very much for the 3rd month. Welcome back. Appreciate you. Means a lot. helping keep this channel funded and helping us one step closer to that possible 70-30 split here on Twitch. Which, like I've said many times, would be huge, so. The fact that we might get that is still, like, shocking to me.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, Speedy. How are you? It's good to see you, mate. Speedy, tier 3, 73 months. Making everybody else look like they just got here. Also, your boy here got a media badge for PAX West, so I'll be at PAX West, Speedy. Working from home today? Hell yeah. At least for the moment. Well, at least you get to, you know, be at home. Get up, go get some coffee, you know. Pet the cat, or whatever. Whenever you want. How many subs do I need for partner? Chat, do I tell him? Till death do us part, not at me. Okay, yeah, pretty. Vine needs 420 more subs. Well, I mean, you don't need subs to get partners. You need views. And I got partnered on Twitch in 2018 was when I got partnered. Feels like it was so long ago now. But for the 70-30 split, I need to have 350 paying subs per month. Why do you keep... When you say 30-70 split, that's worse. It's 70-30. But anyway, in order for me to get that, I need 350 paying subs per month. And currently... And that's for tier 1s, tier 2s, and tier 3s. And so that doesn't count gifts, and that doesn't count primes. Otherwise, then people would just be able to buy it themselves. And currently, we are at tier 1, 371. Tier 2 is 20. So that's 71, 81, 91, and 401, including tier 3s. So we are currently doing quite well, actually. We are currently within the window of needing the to get the better split. It's got to hold for 3 months, yes. In fact, that number's gone up since this thing got announced. So yes, we just have to hold for 3 months, basically. And then I will get like currently about $1,000 a month raise. Gifts don't count. No, gifts don't count because then I could just like buy myself a higher split. It's not a waste. Primes do not count as tier 1, no. This is purely paying subscribers. I mean, that being said, don't stop gifting subs because it does help. No, I mean, it literally exists so that people can't just pay for it themselves. You know, like when Twitch announced that affiliates could get more emotes if they got 50 subscriptions, which includes gifts, I know at least 5 people that just gifted themselves 50 subs to get more emotes that they could just use around Twitch that never stream. Like, literally, while they were offline, gifted themselves 50 subs. So, if people will do that, people will do that to get paid better. Exactly, in Fragrance. Well, see, here's the thing. Yes, you do. And you want to know why you do? Because you pay the streamer money by being a Prime. Don't feel bad for being just a Prime subscriber. It's a very, very, very small portion of Twitch actually qualifies for this better split right now, right? Like the 70-30 is like, it's only like 2.1% of Twitch partners that currently have that many paying subs. It's a very small percentage of Twitch. If you want to support the streamer that you like, or a streamer that you like, hang out in their chat, welcome people who tune in for the first time to the stream, subscribe with Prime if you can, or share the stream if you can, tell your friends, And once you get their emotes, especially if you're subscribed with Prime, use their emotes everywhere. Like, literally, the best way to support streamers that you like is just post their emotes. Which is why it makes me so happy when I'm lurking in a random stream and I see a beer go by or something. It's because, like, that is how channels grow on Twitch, is by using that channel's emotes, especially if they have good emotes. So if there's a streamer that you like, try and use their emotes in literally every single sentence. And then if you're watching a stream and the streamer's like, man, I don't know who to raid today, be like, raid this person that I like, and all that stuff. So, you know, it's just, don't feel bad about just being a Prime sub. Just because it doesn't go directly towards, like, getting the better sub split. That'll happen if the channel grows enough, and it'll just happen eventually. Because at the end of the day, for a lot of people on Twitch, that better sub split is like a long-term goal. I'm just extremely lucky that I currently qualify for it. But it's a long-term goal for a lot of people. But you know what has to happen in the short term? You got to pay rent. And if you're doing this full-time, you got to pay rent. That's what has to happen in the short term, right? So if somebody is streaming full-time, you gotta pay the bills. And unfortunately, you need money to do that. And you're not always going to, you know, necessarily, I'm trying to, like, think of a word that I'm trying to say here, but I can't think of the word. You're not always going to have that, right? Rant for rent? Yeah, well. Van Ori, thank you very much for the 5-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. Means a lot, dude. That's all good. Non-major nerd, how you doing? Lovely anvil. Yeah, it's just sitting there. It's just an iron anvil. Just filling out bedrooms. Totally not Creed. Thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. So are you Creed, that other Creed that's in chat, or are you a different person? I'm genuinely curious. What a cool guy. Definitely, yeah. This is like Stoned Hobo and his alt account, which is Shokan Disdick. It's totally not you. Got you, Creed. Well, thank you for totally not subscribing twice. Definitely not. Totally not. But regardless, thanks for subscribing. Like a train? That's the only thing that I know that really tracks. All right, let's do that, this, and that. No, running is for dicks. Running doesn't track. If one of these days somebody's gonna be watching this stream and hear me say running is for dicks, and they're gonna get the thing that I'm referencing, and then I'm gonna have a new best friend. Minecarts do track, okay. You have to lurk, you have to do some cleaning and chores for the weekend. To not have you do too much cleaning. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Get those chores done. Really kind of going for a claustrophobic set of hallways look, and I think that this is turning out pretty nice so far. And they're all getting claimed pretty quick, I think. I can tell you right now, it's not Trailer Park Boys. I can tell you right now, it is not a Trailer Park Boys thing. There we go. Rollin, Kick Rose, Diggle. And we'll get these others claimed pretty quick. All right, let's get that Mayor's Tomb made. How many missing bedrooms? I haven't looked. Not trivial number. A lot of kids, though. I need like another 80, basically. Beating a plush fox. Well, that's cute. Some humans have arrived. Means I guess I should probably trade with them. So I screwed up trading with the elves once because I accidentally had a one leather pair of pants in with a bunch of non-leather pairs of pants. So I'm a little concerned. I don't think they'll attack us. I really want to trade with them because they have big animals and I would like big animals for this fort, but we'll see what we're able to get. Kind of need some bins. Oh, I should also sell those wooden shields. Yeah, all these. Because those I certainly do not need. Yeah, no, the frame rate increase has been awesome. Like, it's been lovely to see. You know what they say, the only good elf depends on your outlook and prospects for your fortress being mainly subjective matter of opinion on what you want to buy. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There is much to discuss. There is much to share. We have added information to your civilization and world info. What requests do you have of our merchants? What animals do you have? Humans. Anything giant? Well, they got grizzly bears. We'll request grizzlies. They have pandas? I wonder if I could keep pandas alive. I'm going to request pandas. They have nothing giant, though. Panda's like, I've been summoned! Sup, Pandasaurus? They need bamboo. They do, but I can make them into hats. There we go. I don't think I have bamboo on this map. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I don't. Yeah, no, I certainly don't. Okay. Well, did mom drop baby into a cage trap? Speaking of elves, this is a very well-armed elven poet. So I'm thinking what we do is, because we are accepting a lot of characters into this fortress, I think we set up ourselves a prison and a captain of the guard. And I think we interrogate everybody that shows up. I think is kind of the direction we go with this. Now the question is, where do I put it? Sounds like a spy to you? Damn right. So, where do I put? A prison setup. I'm thinking we do, excuse me, iron chains. Let's just do 10. Gonna dig through this wall. And we're going to put vertical bars in. Actually, you know what? Let's just do sets of 3 at a time. Let's let them get this done. Hardly. I'm just suspicious of visitors that want to join. You have to fill out the proper paperwork. And also, I would like you to know that my technical title isn't dictator, it's potator, okay? Come on. I don't dick anything around. I do, however, post pictures of my potatoes all over the internet, so. Much more of a potator. The funny carp? I'm pretty sure that there is like a killer carp mod. Damn right. Napalm sideburns. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that that mod exists. But I also will say that, like, you really don't want to have killer carp. Because while they might be funny, they will kill you. And this game currently has giant murder chinchillas, so, like, isn't that funnier? It's like, what did you get killed by? A giant chinchilla. Aww. So some tiny cells, damn right. Sometimes I'm like, they're supposed to enjoy prison, and then sometimes I'm like, suffer like G did. And shameful display. So what I'm kind of thinking about doing... Oh man, there's no aquifer on this side. Damn it. I was gonna say, I'm gonna channel up into the aquifer and then let them get dribbled on, but I actually can't do that. Giant hamsters killed your first fork because you had no idea what you were doing. I mean, that's a pretty good way to go. Like, there's worse ways that you could go than dying to giant hamsters. Realize how silly Portuguese naming schemes were. The third one, imagining a travel agency. I mean, Here we just name places after people's last names, which are often hysterical. So. Which is why you have, like, Burt Mountain. Or, like, Jackass Mountain, which we have. We also have Mount Nut, which is my favorite side. It's like, you are now entering Mount Nut. Okay, sure. Can't go there in November. Actually can't. It's, like, inaccessible in the winter. Right. I need more doors. Oh, yeah. No, like... Well, actually, that's not totally true. Sometimes we just take the name Wholecloth. Like, I live in Surrey. Certainly don't live in, like, Britain's Surrey. I live in Surrey. Canada's Surrey. Pretty sure we didn't come up with that. Mount Nut was your nickname in high school? Ladies love Mount Nut. I mean, what? Let's go up to here. I mean, I don't want to meet Ohio in the first place, so... That doesn't sound too pleasant, to be honest. There's a place in Vermont called Vegetables? There's also a place called Hell in Norway, and I always hear about Hell, Norway, because in what's it called? In rally racing, they race there. They race in unnamed road number 3 in Hell, Norway, pretty frequently, which is always very funny to me. I mean, I wasn't born in Surrey. I was technically born in Vancouver Memorial, but there's worse places you could be. There's Hell in Poland. Is it one L though? Because if it's one L, then it doesn't count. Why did I just make you into a meeting zone? Dining hall. All right, let's assign a captain of the guard. Ooh. Sure. Olin, the administrator, can be the captain of the guard. So now we're going to begin interrogating randos. Pretty quick. There was a Satan's Kingdom in Connecticut. Huh. Interesting. Most of my knowledge of Minnesota comes from Fargo, so I don't know if that's a good. How do you interrogate if there haven't been any crimes? Well, violate some production orders, cause some crimes. But also, yeah, that. You wait until there are crimes, generally. But it's okay. I'm sure there will be crimes. It's only going to be a matter of time before the crime. The Miller. What are you claiming? But yeah, no, I mean, with the number, meditate on gambling. With the number of visitors we have in this fort, it's just a matter of time. Carpenter's workshop. Okay, you've got logs. More brush titan leather. Works furiously. Brush titan leather, conglomerate, 2 gems, and logs. Wooden artifact. Let's go. Any crazy sieges happening in your fort so far? This fort's pretty new, so no. Or nothing I would consider crazy. Anyway, I guess it depends on your definition of the word crazy. But yeah, no, you are correct. Like, production orders are auto-resolved these days. They used to not be. Which I miss, but it's fine. Some migrants have arrived. It's only a matter of time before we get some upset dwarves, though. Or, you know, a visitor that does some sort of plot or something. It's only a matter of time. There's nothing in this game that's difficult for me, so... I mean, we lost this fort and had to reclaim it. There's a video on the YouTube channel about that. But even that siege wasn't super crazy. It was more just me assuming that the enemy had left, but they hadn't. So it was like, just kind of a fuck up. Not really, like, difficult per se. Like, I don't find anything in Dwarf Fortress particularly difficult or challenging, and haven't for a very long time. Like, you get to a point where, like, nothing really will challenge you in Dwarf Fortress, and at that point, it just kind of becomes like creative Minecraft, or like sandbox Minecraft, where it's like, yeah, okay, I mean, like, there's some survival stuff you have to do, and you have to set stuff up so you don't die, but, like, it's pretty hard to actually die in Dwarf Fort if you know what you're doing. Yeah, but, like, see, here's the thing. I first played Dwarf Fortress in 2009, but I played Dwarf Fortress the way a lot of people did back then, which was I downloaded it, played it for 15 minutes, got mad at the UI, and Alt F4'd. All right, I didn't start learning Dwarf Fortress properly until like 2017, but the first time I installed it was back then. And even then, I got to this point after like 2 months of playing the game. 3 months, maybe. Oh shit, a wooden table. Kel, the miller, has created Othbemothil Zenor Senreb, an ashen table, and offers it to the Inn of Winter. Chat, does this go in the captain of the guard's office or the upper tavern? What do you think? This is an ashen table. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with ash and brush titan leather. This object is adorned with hanging rings of conglomerate. On the item is an image of a shining sun in rock crystal. On the item is an image of the fated treasure and the alpacable trousers in onyx opal. I didn't find it particularly difficult. Took me maybe a day to get the basics down. Took me like 2 to 3 days to get the majority of them down. Like, they were all just, like, the old hotkeys were just in a list, right? Like, the old UI was just like, here's a list of hotkeys, so if you can read, it's not hard. Dwarf Fortress has never been a hard game. Like, those memes that you see about the learning cliff, like, I've always, like, argued that those are a falsehood. I think it's going in the captain's office. I got 2 dwarves in prison. You're guilty, but you like your door, at the very least. A herbalist guild, really? Yeah, and that's not that bad, really. Yeah, I don't know. I've never, like, and I've talked about this many times over the years. I've never fully understood the Dwarf Fortress is like this impossibly difficult, complicated hell nightmare video game that makes people run away screaming. I never fully understood that back in the day before this version was announced, and I don't fully understand it now. It's like, was it easy to learn? No. Did I have a hard time with it? To a degree, yeah. Did I give up a lot of times? Sure, absolutely. But honestly, I think it was more due to laziness and like disinterest than actually like the game being difficult. Like, really? Like, if I had to state why did it take me so long to learn to play this game? No, it wasn't because the game was hard. It was just because, like, well, this feels like work. I'll do it later. And then I just didn't. That's really all it was. Like, and so when people are just like, how difficult was it? It was like, I don't know, it just took time. Was it difficult? No. I mean, it was like learning to play any complicated strategy game. Like, if you want to learn to play Rule the Waves 3, you absolutely can, and it's probably not that bad, but you're going to have to read a manual, right? Like, you know, if you want to learn to play XCOM, you're going to have to play a few campaigns and die horribly before you kind of understand what you need to do. If you want to learn to play RimWorld, you have to play a few maps and die horribly until you kind of learn what to do, and Dwarf Fortress is exactly the same. It's like, it's just a video game. It just used to have a very unorthodox control scheme, which also wasn't that bad. Raz, you have a good night. I mean, I always used to describe playing old Dwarf Fortress like learning a board game. You sit down and you read the manual, right? And you play a couple of sessions. And by the 3rd session, you understand the rules, and then you know what you're doing. And that's how Dwarf Fortress felt for me. It was really just like, you gotta sit down and read the manual. And I did. Absolutely fly kick. Yeah, that's what my tutorials are for. You know? It's like, if you want direction, Dwarf Fortress might also just not be a game for you. How do I roll a dice with your hand? How do I hand? All right, you might not be able to play D&D with us, guys. With feet, yes. No, it's how do I roll the dice? By rolling in the D. No? Okay. Thought I'd try, you know. What are dice? Well, it's a developer that makes the Battlefield games that recently got shown who's boss by 4 indie devs who made a Roblox-ass looking Battlefield knockoff that sold, what, 2 million copies in 14 days? Also, like, shoutouts to BattleBit. Like, what the hell? It's like the indie success of the year. guess I need to unforbid all those walls that got canceled. Get this done first, because I need this Herbalist's Guild. So they don't get mad at me. It makes me sad. I know Chief of UX Design at DICE, and every time he talks about working at DICE, I feel bad for him. It's just like, we try so hard, but like, for without like just straight up doxing private conversations, it doesn't sound like a great place to work. Did PUBG finally die? PUBG is like the 4th biggest game in the world, dude. What? Why is everybody so obsessed with games dying? It's like one of the most popular games on phones. It's huge in Asia. Just because it's not the #1 game in the #1 game in the world doesn't mean it's not dead, or doesn't mean it's by default dead. Like, that game is going to continue being around for a long time with a lot of people playing it. The Bearded Autumn is a really good name for a Herbalist's Guild. It's also in a funny amount of Korean dramas. This is true, actually. Yes, I watched a K-drama that my little sister made me watch during the pandemic, and I made it about 10 episodes in to the first season and never continued. And there was like 7 different very loud ad placements for PUBG in that. It was quite amusing. It's like, why is there just, it's like, main character playing PUBG on phone. Camera points at phone for awkward 10 seconds of, I'm gonna sit here and play this game on my phone for like 15 seconds. PUBG Mobile closes phone. It's like, wow. I don't understand how people can watch K-dramas with that shit. It makes me mad seeing it. It's like watching a Twitch streamer, but literally all they do is branded content. But then there's me, where technically I guess I'm in the pocket of big Kit Fox corporate money because, you know, they're paying me to make tutorials now. But also at the same time, I don't know if I count that. Like, that's kind of a different thing. At least I hope. Feels like a different thing to me. Main character's playing PUBG at the beginning? Never heard of that. Kit Fox equal big. Yes, they have like 6 full-time employees. That's not a sponsorship. They're literally commissioning them, is what the paperwork looks like, which is why I'm not counting it as a sponsorship, but they are commissioning tutorials from me, which I'm allowed to repost on my channel. So they go up on my channel and Kit Fox's channel. So I get paid an hourly rate to make the videos, which is nice. It's nice to have beer money. Prisoners in cages into an animal pasture. Are they technically prisoners? Or are they caught in cage traps? Because if something walks into your fort and gets caught in a cage trap, that's not a prisoner. If they were put in a cage by the captain of the guard, oh, their sentence is up? Well, then they should be released anyway. So why can't you? I don't know. That seems like a weird UI oversight. But we'll finish this evening. Well, thank you. Mebzith Light Channel, being the rightful heir, inherited the position of Baroness of Keeperbronze. Was that one of mine? Huh. We have a mayor. Or a baron, rather. Cool. Kedranos, Kedranos, what kind of dwarf would you like? I like nobles. Don't be such a wet blanket about one of the best mechanics in the video game. Chat's a bunch of haters when it comes to noble lives in Dwarf Fort. It is a pretty good dwarfy song. But let's see. We got many animal caretakers for some reason. A bunch of miners. We got some carpenters. We got some clothers and some farmers. And various other things. Monkey, monk, monk, hello. We got doctors. We've got plenty of peasants. Tons of peasants, actually. I should go through the peasants list and put a bunch of them in the military. Got a couple monster hunters, too. Flasks and hatch covers? Yeah, you could do worse, certainly. You want the mayor? Gotta shoot for the sun. This is the mayor's bedroom and office. You're currently eating. From the looks of things, you're eating a plump helmet by the window, gazing out upon the river flowing below. That seems like a nice spot to, like, you know, be a mayor, I guess. Kedranos is Adil Dance Wheels. He would be deeply satisfied if everyone could live in complete harmony. And he has an incredibly calm demeanor after seeing Semtaxagon's dead body in the year 500. He forms only fleeting and rare emotional bonds with others and finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. And he wishes this were not the case as he considers altruism foolish. He does not easily hate or develop negative feelings, and he has a tendency to go it alone without considering the advice of others. He is trusting, and he thinks he is fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and he does not really fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he is moved by art and natural beauty, and troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He is not inherently proud of his talents and accomplishments and doesn't focus on material goods. He tries to keep his things orderly, and he occasionally overindulges, stiffens up when he's surprised, and needs alcohol to get through the working day, likes working outdoors, and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally finds sacrifice to be the height of folly after seeing Semtaxagon's dead body in the year 500, and he finds the idea of independence and freedom somewhat foolish, which is why he's the mayor, so he's in charge of people and thus has more freedom than the others who aren't, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He doesn't particularly respect commerce. He likes native silver and lead and light yellow and diamond and papaya wood, bracelets and catapult parts, and dogs for their loyalty, and when possible prefers to consume reindeer cheese and celery and 2-grain wheat beer, and rye, and absolutely hates flies. His medium-length beard is neatly combed, and his very long sideburns are braided. His very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his medium-length hair is neatly combed. His tall ears are splayed out, and his nose bridge is concave. His cinnamon skin is wrinkled, and his head is somewhat narrow. His eyebrows are quite long, and his gold eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is amber with flecks of gray. All right, so we need to make quarters for the Baron. So I'm thinking up here. What do you think? Baron's quarters? Similar to the mayor's quarters, but Baron's quarters up here? Thinking that'll be nice? Question is, how the heck do I get you up here? Guess we'll start digging in this side, and then we'll construct staircase up and down. Really did. Needs more lead and silver furniture. Okay. Trying to dull the minds of my dwarves with all this lead. I'm going to just say it that I think all of this lead is going to end up with us being led astray. Let's go with these shard blocks. I think it's how you say that. Actually, don't know. No, mayors do not cause stress. All nobles do the same job. They have meetings with visitors, or not with visitors, with citizens in their offices, and that relieves stress. So the citizens can complain to somebody in charge. The more nobles you have, the more people your citizens have to complain at somebody in charge, and this makes your citizens very happy. Okay, that's the first thing that nobles do. The second thing that they do is they have meetings with visitors who come by to accept them into the fort or not, and certain nobles provide other tasks, like technically a captain of the guard is a noble, and they, go around beating people that commit crimes, which generally gives them good thoughts. So nobles are not a negative in any situation. They are a net positive, and you want them. You want to have as many nobles as possible because it is better for your dwarves as a whole. It does, however, cause stress for the player, which is why I think some players don't like them. But I think that that's kind of a silly thing to get stressed about, frankly. Because they are genuinely a net positive. You like to make cool rooms, so you welcome nobles? Yeah, I will never agree with the general sentiment of, ugh, nobles. It's like, I don't know, they make the game more interesting in, like, every way. And I like things that make the game more interesting. Because Dwarf Fortress being interesting is Dwarf Fortress at its best. Yeah, so if you keep your nobles' needs met and they can help your citizens will be happier in general. Say, let's just do this out of ash. Okay, so this is going to be the noble's office down here. And one layer up is going to be bedroom and dining room. So we're going to do the office, like, basically down into here. Above the river. They'll have windows along the front. We'll make it look all nice. Although the question is, what are they going to start requesting? Oh, my mayor wants catapult parts. That's going to be interesting. Catapult parts. So, chat, since it's my weekend, basically after today, so I go on my weekend soon. What are your plans for the weekend? You doing anything cool? Anybody got anything fun planned for the summer? Because, like, the weather's nice, at least here. This weekend, for me, I don't really have too much planned. I think I'm going to take myself out for lunch on, like, sometime tomorrow. Because there's a not great restaurant, but, like, restaurant that I go to that has a pretty cheap happy hour. So I will go there, get myself some, I don't know, some sort of snack. It's probably something I'm going to do. Need some more glass furnaces. kind of cramming them all back here. They don't look the greatest, but I kind of like the chaos of this fort so far. Like, does it look good? No, but it's working. Staying home, playing anything fun? I mean, their Steam Summer Sale's on. Did you pick something up? Crippling social anxiety says no. Social anxiety, in my experience, is something that I solved by just simply overly exposing myself to it. It's like you're constantly just putting yourself in social situations. It's not like it doesn't get better, but you get better at it. Like, I have some social anxiety. It's never been terrible, though, admittedly. Like, I've never had crippling social anxiety. But at least for me, like, I got way better at it just by putting myself in those situations constantly, and I slowly developed that skill, and now I'm pretty good at it. Going to a wedding in Final Fantasy? Hell yeah! I kind of love that that still happens, that people still have weddings in MMOs. That's good. I know my older sister and her husband had they had two weddings. They had their in-person wedding, and then they had a second wedding in World of Warcraft. Also, hey, Nuzzle. A human merchant got stuck in your fort and has been there for 2 whole seasons now. Is there any way to get him unstuck? Have you tried deconstructing and reconstructing your trade depot? So if you haven't, do that. Your friends in college married each other in one game just to have rights to teleport to each other? Oh, really? Like, they had a mechanic in that game where you could teleport to somebody if you got married? That's funny. It's more logical than the buying GF thing in RuneScape. Just for teleportation. Mm-hmm. Definitely just for teleportation. How's the stream going? Pretty good. So far. No complaints about the start of the stream today, anyway. Generally, I have something to complain about, but nothing so far today. You just got ripped off was the life lesson, I assume? Trying to think what else the life lesson would be. Women are expensive. It's actually the life lesson. And I lulled you back to sleep. Oh. Well, happy to help. Sleep can be hard to come by, so you're welcome. I mean, dwarves build towns, right? So naturally, I need to build towns for my dwarves. I don't know what material they're going to use for that, because that was just used closest, but I'm assuming it'll just end up being conglomerate. Moles are ugly dwarves. I don't know if I agree with that. Go put another wall there, Animo. I need more tables. They share the passion for Diggy Diggy, but yes, sips tea. I completely agree. Didn't go all the way across. Look at me. All right, so this is going to be office for the Baron. Can be assigned once this window's in place. Moles aren't that ugly. You ever like looked a mole in the eye? But yeah, I think slight change of plans for today, chat. We're gonna do this. I was gonna do System Shock this evening, but I think we're gonna do this and then in the evening today. So by that I mean like 3 p.m., 4 p.m. We'll go try some Xenonauts 2. Can I ask a question? Why do people call gambling gamba? And can we stop, please? Also, chat, good news. Gonna be a Bay 12 talk this month. Not gonna say when yet because I need to figure out what works for people, but we're gonna get a chit chat with Tarn this month. All right, Baron now has one thingy they need, and they want spears. You know what? I'm okay with this, actually. Iron spears, let's go. We're gonna have some pretty good weaponsmiths. You would never have known Gamba's gambling, which is why, like, I think that you shouldn't shroud. Yeah, but like at least with Booba, you can figure out in like 10 seconds that they're either talking about bubble tea or tits, right? Like there's, like anybody can figure that out. But like, I don't know. I don't think something like gambling should be shrouded in memes. Like that's awful. I hate it. It drives me nuts. Like genuinely, I think it's really bad and shouldn't be done. Like if you're talking about gambling, just talk about gambling. Don't say gamba. Pogment play of the game. Yeah, but like, okay, but that's harmless though, right? Yeah, same. Like I had to go look up what people were talking about when they were talking about gamba, and then I was like, okay, that's actually just kind of gross. Cool, awesome. Drug users do use the same thing. As a drug user, I don't. Yeah, when the Gambia exists. Uh-huh. I don't know, I just saw it pop up in my chat, so just saying, like, I don't think that should be a word that's used. Like, don't make something sound better than it is. It's okay, Ducky. I understand your statement. Do not call gambling Gamba in my chat. Are we clear? Thumbs up? Cool. Do it again and I time you out. I'm just gonna say that for anybody else here in chat. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Okay, if you're agreeing, then stop making excuses, right? If you're agreeing, then say, okay. Thumbs up. Don't like it. Fucking disgusting. And not bloody disgusting like the really good horror films website. What'd you walk into? Nothing. Moving on. Would you also, is it possible to walk into a Twitch chat? I mean, like, maybe if you have, like, it full screen on your TV and you, like, aren't paying attention, you walk into your TV. Aside from that, I don't think it's possible to walk into a Twitch chat. Came back at a weird moment. Hi, Arcmaster. You lost your subs, so you need to cheer with that. I mean, you can use Crypt Burr, which is the follower variant of that emote, which is pretty good. Was drawn very, very well in MS Paint. In Spirit, you're always walking. Fair enough. I guess, like, if Mark Zuckerberg's dream of the multiverse actually comes into existence and we physically have to walk into a different room to go to a different website, then you could walk into a Twitch chat, but I don't think we're ever going to live in that reality because people don't like it. When you were using it, yeah. See, like, okay, yeah, fair enough. I mean, like, I guess, okay, you use a projector for your computer screen, project Twitch chat on front door, walk through door. That's walking into Twitch chat. But that sounds like a lot of work, frankly. To gain like 100 pounds. No, he'll be too busy like training jujitsu in the metaverse. The dwarves have arrived to trade as well. You can go trade with them. Pretty sure he knows jujitsu. I don't know about kung fu. That being said, I have no interest in watching Zuckerberg grapple because it's just the most awkward sport in the world to watch. It's like, ah, yes, it's the men on the floor cuddling sport. Aggressive cuddling is one of your favorite sports? Yep. Mm-hmm. It's like the one time I actually watched a UFC fight and we sat there the entire time trying to figure out which one of them had a boner. Or if they were wearing a cup. Literally all that happened the entirety of that fight. Or aggressive cuddle session. We were pretty drunk, admittedly, but... I got so much of that. Rock, blocks. I need more blocks. Need more blocks! No, totally. I mean, like, UFC is a legitimate sport. It's just if you have no idea who's fighting and you don't know anything about what they're doing, it's just kind of awkward to see on a massive screen TV when you walk into a sports bar. You know what I mean? You don't find the billionaires entertaining? No, I find them, like, manically depressing. So I guess I'm kind of with you there. Okay, so now the question is, chat, what do you think? Did the elves come trade with me again? Because I did kind of, sort of maybe accidentally try and sell them leather. So what do you think? Do you think they try and sell me stuff again next year, or do you think we never see them again? I think it could really go either way. Actually, hold up. Are we... Catapult parts and spears. I can sell bracelets, though. Keep the hemp bracelets. Lytas says, I'm your liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. Blah, blah, blah. What kind of pets do you have? Pets, 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 pets. Literally nothing fun. Okay. Oh, I thought I clicked a thing. I guess I didn't. They want rings and meat. All right, well. Channeling you at any social event? I'm sorry, what, Elfie? That's nice. What kind of pets do you have? Oh, no. Expect to have your ear talked off for a bit, I would assume. It's like, I don't think you can have a pet, yes. Unless it's also possible to have a pet roundabout. Also, go get good food. Paley. Pet Wonderwall. I need lead in order to give them lead. I don't have lead. So, literally the only thing I've found... I'm pretty sure there isn't any lead or silver on this map. It's just magnetite. I'd have to go check, but... Don't want to click no more. I just want to watch how the dwarves live. I mean, whoever actually wants to click. Looks like I also have a Baron Consort. Does your Civ learn of those metals when you don't? I mean, I could import lead. I just don't have lead in the map. So there's nothing stopping me from importing lead. No, screw it. We'll just sell the rest of these pigtail shirts because I'll have more. Reading on the wiki, IRC Tarn said that they don't want to add it in, but, oh, what, like poisons? Well, I mean, Tarn has talked a couple times about, like, poisons and diseases and a lot of that stuff, and, like, think about it. Do you really want, like, I've had some people ask, it's like, does Dwarf Fortress have infectious diseases? It's like, okay, but, like, use this as, like, a thought experiment for a second here. Would Dwarf Fortress having infectious diseases be even remotely fun? Like, is there a way to make that mechanic actually fun to play? Because I don't think there is. Like, honestly. Like, genuine statement. I don't actually believe that the mechanic of infectious diseases in a video game is fun. No, I'm not talking about, like, werebeast infections. I'm like, even werebeast infections aren't that much fun. But, like, I'm not even talking about that. I'm just talking about, like, I don't know, cold or flus or, like, stuff like that. Like COVID, exactly. It's like, do you really think that would be fun? It's like, okay, well, you have to quarantine 2/3 of your fort. Yeah, it's like, where creatures are enough, and, like, I don't know, dwarf with little sick bubble above its head, dwarf falls over. It's like we kind of do have certain, like, infectious syndromes that can come from, like, forgotten beasts and stuff, like with the deadly dust and poisonous gases, and those are also a pain in the ass. So I don't know. I personally don't really want though that as a mechanic in the game, because I think that would be obnoxious. Also, I was going to give this tomb to my mayor, but instead I'm going to just give it to the person who actually needs it. God. There you are. You have a tomb. Just need a weapon rack and an armor stand. $5 minutes from ads? I play a minute and 30 seconds of ads. 5 minutes? You wouldn't mind someone catching a cold and having to chill in the hospital for a couple of days? Yeah, I don't believe that that's a even remotely fun mechanic for a video game. I don't know. Maybe just a me thing, but I'm good. Hard pass. You like that idea too? Yeah, I'm pretty okay with dwarves just not suffering from man-cold syndrome. Par blazed chaos is who exactly? Where's Par? Ah, there you are. Human bard. Member of the Union of Assaulting and the Maroon Council. Holy crap, you're 100 years old, lady. It's an old human. What are we, a senior's home? You're a novice singer, but an accomplished musician. What do you think, chat? Do we let this human, this elderly feeble human join the fort? 1 if yes, 2 if no. Yeah, I don't know. That's something that I'm a pretty hard pass on when it comes to mechanics in games, because I've played games that have like infectious diseases and sickness mechanics, and it's always the first thing I turn off if given the option. So I don't know. Personally, I haven't seen it done in a video game in a way that I think is fun. So welcome back from Biak. Bastet. So chat's pretty heavily leaning no, so we'll say no. I have never played Plague Inc., and I probably never will. I've got absolutely no interest in that game. Fucking dysentery. How dare you throw chat into the poor old man cold for shame? I mean, I'm not throwing chat into anything. Huh. How many dead sweet pods? There's big plump helmets down here, though. And dimple cups. This is my cavern lair that I've done quite a bit of digging in. Is that gold? Oh, it's lemonite. Lemon-flavored rock. Maffle. Speaking of visitors. Maffle, the dwarven hammerdurf. I think it's this person. Oh, never mind. Not that Maffle. Maffle, the dwarven bard, wishes to reside in the fort. Do we allow this dwarven bard, stroked abbeys? Their wife is the outpost liaison of the faction, who's here right now. Do we allow Maffle, the bard, to live here? Who is a member of our faction, I would assume. Yeah, is a citizen of the Free Theater, so already a member of our faction, former member of the Spears of Drumming, and a member of the Oily Doctrines of Religion, and is married to the Outpost Liaison, who's currently in the fort, so has somebody to vouch for them. Actually also has some cousins in the fort, including Locum, who died, one of my Spear Dwarves, as well as one of my active Spear Dwarves, Mistum, and their lover, who was a Tanner, who died. So, who is Kick Roast, who got crushed by it. Remember that dwarf that got crushed by a tree at the beginning of the fort? Yeah, this dwarf's lover got crushed by a tree. Zori, what's up? It's good to see you, mate. So after getting their lover getting crushed by a tree, I guess like their wife showed up and they were like, well, my lover died, so I guess I'm gonna stay here anyway. He's in? Okay. Welcome to the Fort Maffle. He's here to see the grave. He's here to spend time with his lover and also see his wife once a year when she shows up. Been playing a lot of RimWorld lately? Who hurt you? I don't know if any of you guys watched the Future of the Fortress read-along I did. I don't know if any of you guys watched the Future of the Fortress read-along I did, but it is way easier, isn't it? Sorry. And the how to you know what? Never mind. You'd really like to see more uses for power in Dwarf Fortress, like you want powered traps and more things that need power to process, like drills. You know, I've had people say elevators a couple of times. Like, what if Dwarf Fortress had elevators? And it's like, I don't know, what if it did? I know that the map rewrite's going to come with things like flying fortresses. Like, Zach and Tarn have, like, weird plans to make the game kind of steampunky, but... How do you make I'm stupid say I'm stupid in your chat? Go to Better Twitch TV and FFZ and find a KEKW alternative. There's ones that say way worse things. There's some that say I'm uneducated. There's some that say various other very insulting phrases. I just like I'm stupid because it like catches people up. I actually don't have that much against KEKW these days. It used to really bother me, but I just mostly think it's really funny when people come in and try and KEKW and then get told that they're stupid, and it's, I don't know, it's just my sense of humor, I guess. I don't know. There's lots of things that I would like for Dwarf Fortress right now, but I think the main thing that I want currently is just exactly what they're doing, which is working on adventure mode and making Fortress mode run better. Though, like, genuinely, that, like, #1 feature request is make Fortress mode run better and work on adventure mode is, like, kind of all I really want, but I'm also aware that I'm not everybody. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys watched the video I put up this morning But, like, let me just read a line of text that Tarn wrote as part of the Fun with Numbers this past week of everything that they are currently working on. This is everything that they are currently working on, according to Tarn. Another big round of applause for Putnam, and generally there are so many different tracks being worked on. Adventure mode, new audio, more art, Linux, bug fixes, announcements, UI information, UI uniformization. That should help with Classic as well as new graphical screens. Those are all of the things that they are currently working on, which is like, yeah, I'm not going to go asking for new features. Well, that's what they're currently working on. While you wait for adventure mode? Yeah, you and most people. I mean, like, it's not an uncommon take. Personally, like, I've played Dwarf Fortress nonstop through longer waits, so I will still be here, still doing my thing. Bring back the classic intro movie. I mean, right now it lives on in my YouTube videos. Right? Like, I just, you know. Also, I'm pretty sure you said that last time you were here. Like, weren't you just, like, playing hardcore WoW last time and you said that you were taking a break from Dwarf Fort? It's like, I don't really need to know that you're taking a break every time you tune in, but appreciate you still coming by. You want to crawl around on the ground with broken legs in the Secrets of Life and Death again and Spiral of the Living who were not crippled by the traps that almost killed you. Oh, I mean. Coffee is mine, weeb trap. Caffeine. WoW is something that you quit because of Dwarf Fortress? Probably for the best. You know? Dwarf Fortress also made by generally better people. Significantly better people, even. It's also a game that you can feel good about playing. Alright, so I need to find Mebzith and Deller's other quarters. It does free up another set of beds. There you are. Oh boy. The Brass Muscles. Chat, do we let a band called the Brass Muscles into my fort? Do we do that? What do we think? It's a musical performance group called the Brass Muscles. Heck yes, we do? Okay. How about the Fabulous Helms? Brass Muscles does sound like a ska band, yes. So yes? Okay. And then Idend Workglade is whom? Do we let the Dwarven Bard Iden Workglade join the fort? Is a member of the Quake of Drums, so not a member of our faction. 46 years old. Feels empathy when talking with an acquaintance. Dude, is this dude holding a pike? Holy crap. Dwarves with pikes look so weird, like it's so long. Like brass muscles is like ska Grail Knights. They're just like a goofy ska band. I mean, most ska bands are pretty goofy. One-handed pike? You're telling me you don't one-hand your pike? He's an empath? Okay. Lastly, we now have Jasro Embraced Doctrine. Who's a human bard with a funky-looking beard. He's got a beard, let him in. He's cosplaying as a dwarf. You're a little tall for a dwarf. He's from the Grand Confederation of Flax. They're here to flax on us, chat. Former member of the Council of Yearlings, of course, of the member of the Cult of Callus, and a member of the Beautiful Satins. He plays guitar. That's a good question. What does he play? He's a great musician, novice singer, and a novice stringed instrumentalist. He's killed nobody that we know of. So, chat seems to be saying yes, so we'll say yes. I need a dormitory, I think. So what do I have in my fort now? Let's see. Oh my god. They've got a goblin bard. And a bunch of dwarves that are bards. They're all telling stories. In the year of 370, the goblin Burr Gland Thieves ceased to be the manager of the triangular lash of combating. A wonderful tale. Sometimes I wish I could just pray to Tob. Pray, don't... in this house we worship Tob. All hail Tob. Tob of the morning to you. All right. We're gonna make some more beds up here. Narrative, yes. Currently we have a baron and we have a captain of the guard. And we have a broker and a bookkeeper. This is the end for you, my friend. That's what I have in my head now. Banana, thanks. Is the slammer up for grabs? We don't have a slammer or a hammerer currently. You want Burr? Are you feeling chilly? The Burr Keeper. Narev, the Burr Keeper, is incredibly trustful of everybody and has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. It's a good thing this dwarf isn't the captain of the guard. He is very slow to anger, and he is tense and jittery and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity, and he is conflicted by this as he values artwork and its creation. He tends to be a little tight with resources when working on projects and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. He enjoys the company of others and can occasionally lose focus on the matter at hand. He tends to think before acting after seeing bomb wreck die, and he lives a fast-paced life, and he has little interest in joking around and can handle stress. He tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and is not particularly interested in what others think of him and needs alcohol to get through the working day and is a hardened individual. He dreams of raising a family, and this dream was realized, and personally is disgusted by merrymakers and finds friendship burdensome and does not care about fairness. Dreams of raising a family. likes jet, gold, and jasper. Giant harp seal leather, gems and bins and geese for their formation flying. And the words of the bewildering music, so impossible prefers to consume blue jay and strawberry plants, and river spirits, and dates, and absolutely hates brown lacrosse spiders, yes. He has a very long beard, which is neatly combed. His very long sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is neatly combed, and his hair is clean shaven. His ears are splayed out, and his pale brown skin is wrinkled. His emerald eyes are slightly protruding, and his hair is white, mixed with gray. Feels fondness after speaking with an acquaintance, and is married to Unib, and his eldest son is a traitor. Not in that way. His youngest daughter's in the military, and his youngest son is a baby, currently. His wife, Unib, is just hanging out in the tavern. She wants to practice craft, and wants to practice some martial arts. She dreams of mastering a skill. Truly fulfilled by assisting those in need. How do you feel about stress in the military? Doesn't handle stress well. But you're truly fulfilled by assisting those in need, so I will put you in the hospital. Now I just need to find you. There you are. I mean, who doesn't love eating blue jays? I mean, come on. A dog going ballistic right now outside. Bark, 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 bark. Okay. I hear party time. It's time to party, chat. You know what to do. So, I have a DM that I got back from Latoti one. That we can do a 12 talk this month. So I need to figure out how I'm going to do questions this time, because I have a few options. Vakar Judge Relic. Why are you judging the relic? What's the Game Jam thing? Oh, the Game Jam thing is an event my team's running. Game Jams are just where people get together and they make video games in a short period of time. This is the second Game Jam my team has hosted. So if you make video games or know people who make video games that like taking part in game jams and want to take part in a game jam that's run by a bunch of streamers, it's a community game jam. But when it comes to the Bay 12 stuff, we're gonna be hosting one of those, or I'm gonna be hosting one of those again at some point this month. So kind of the 2 days I have in mind is either the 20th or the 27th. If it's the 27th, I'll be pet sitting, but could work. Participated in Ludum Dare before? Well, this is the Discord that all that's gonna take part on, which is my stream team's Discord server, which sometimes gets kind of quiet, but who is Vakar? Dwarfy guest, okay. No relatives in the fort. Citizen of the Imperial Coal, a different dwarven faction. What do you think, chat? Do we let Vakar, this lady dwarf poet, join the fort? Spies. Spies, I tell you. I mean, you might be onto something. I mean, yeah, they did see a dead body. Saw a corpse. So chat's saying no. Denied. What about you? Then there's the Persuasive Deserts. I'm not going to look at who the Persuasive Deserts are. Do we allow the Persuasive Deserts in? They're very persuasive, but they're also deserting us, so... I know. Master Spike. I'm well aware. Persuasive Deserts. I'm going to keep saying it that way to annoy you. Any favorites that you've tried? Did you? But cheers. Ice cream cake is also pretty persuasive. Okay, well, we'll go with it. Wait, did they make traction benches show their materials? I think what I should be doing right now is I should be going through my dwarves and assigning more military, because we're going to need them. In terms of mastering a skill, frighteningly sloppy. That's a very interesting statement about Zorbus, because Zorbus doesn't remind me of either of those games even remotely. For me, Zorbus is like kind of it's because Zorbus is a puzzle room roguelike, right? So like the idea of Zorbus is the way you progress through Zorbus is you find rooms and then figure out the trick to each room, and that's how you progress through each floor. And as you play a lot of it, you learn what the rooms do and how to get the most out of each room. I do love that new soldiers just immediately strip naked because we've got it set so that they replace their clothing. Touched a treasure, died. Yep. My advice for Zorbus is try and find friends. When people ask if they can join you, let them join you, because it's very D&D inspired. They will join you, and they will follow you around, and they will defend you with their lives. I'm hazing new recruits. Yeah, you have to run around the fort naked to get your gear. I mean, you could have gotten pants first. Instead, she got boots first. I mean, I like your priorities here, Dwarf. There you go. Now you're pantsed. Looks like I'm gonna have somebody working on my bathtub this Monday. Alright, well there's another soldier. Wooden shield's fine. Suboptimal, but it's fine. What else can we do? Let's find more potential soldiers. He's mastering a skill. Likes fighting. Sure. Want martial training? Need fight. Okay. Good.
I might be first in your chat, but you're first in my heart, Crypt Blank.
You mean might not be first in your chat? Well, thank you, Baka Glass, for that Prime subscription for 6 months. So we got Pooh now. Let's see what this guy grabs. Drops pants, grabs spear. Natural. Perfect. I need to make another set of iron armor, I think. Considering a lot of these guys are using, like, wooden shields. Iron greaves. Iron spear. Iron gauntlet. Iron helm. Iron shield. Iron... What am I forgetting? Breastplate. Iron leggings. Iron mail shirt. And we're just going to do 20 of each. Man grabs spear, gets arrested for wielding a dangerous weapon in public. I love how the order is always spear, shield, boots. Oh, low boots. Or high boots. I could also do high boots. There you go. You got your chain leggings. Got a gauntlet. You know, it is possible for a dwarf to die of a beard infection, Weeb Trap, so, like, maybe we should invent beard armor. Because technically, a dwarven beard is a organ, which is kind of terrifying to me. Like, it makes me upset when I think about that. It's a beard condom. I mean, they already make thumb condoms, so... Which actually is just like a piece of plastic that goes over your thumb to, like, stop infections or, like, stop a wound from getting infected. It's curious and eager to learn and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. How do you feel about fighting? Dwarf wants martial training. All right. You can be commander too. Actually, no, I don't want this squad. Wink. That's what I want. You. Metal spears. I want you to go train. Probably gonna go pick up equipment. And I guess I'm going to make another barracks. Because this just seems like a good spot for a second barracks. How are we doing today? Paxmac, how's things? And I guess we'll make another splooshy fountain for them. Not specific bedrooms, but this is a dorm. Well, you don't attach them to the barracks. You make a barracks over the bedrooms and set it as... I'll say no to a few of these for a bit. And you set it as part of the barracks and set it as sleep. So you make a separate barracks and set it as sleep. So what I'm actually going to do is I'm going to set both of my squads, the Inky Jewels, the new one, and the Roadwalkers, which I need to rename the Inky Jewels. No, you don't need to zone individual bedrooms, no. But, like, I could make this 5 separate rooms with 5 bedroom beds in each one and set it to sleep, and they will just sleep there. Of long launching since it's on second day in a row of long launching. What's long launching? Don't know what that is. You like to give your squad leaders their own distinguished bedrooms. I find that squads unassign bedrooms so often that I just kind of don't bother. Oh, I see. Long lunching. I getcha. I getcha. I have received my new lease for next year. My bank confuses me, chat. I receive an email saying, "Would you like to increase your credit limit?" The answer is no. I don't want to increase my credit limit. So I respond with no. And then they send me a survey about my experience of the email of increasing my credit limit. And I ignore it because I'm like, why would I do this? And now they've sent me 3 reminders and a physical paper version in the mail about my experience of receiving an email for increasing my credit limit. I don't want to increase my credit limit. Shouldn't that be enough? Like, it's not like there's anything mandatory in here, but they've sent me 2 reminder emails and a letter reminding me to fill out this survey. I don't get it. Does anybody here work in banking want to explain to me why the hell they keep emailing me? You delete them? Yeah, that's what I've been doing. I just deleted another one. But, like, why? just why? They're lonely? Jesus Christ, I could teach them a thing or two about being lonely. Make it easier for us to give us money. Well, yeah, pretty much. Automated up. Yeah, actually, that's probably the reality. I mean, Twitch sort of compensates them. Twitch gives you bits if you fill out the Twitch feedback surveys. Which is like, here's money to give to somebody else, which is like a really weird form of payment, but yeah. Well, hello. Is it Maxco? I'm trying to figure out how to say your name. It's either like Max as an M-A-X or like something else, but hello. Happy dwarves indeed. Apparently we have snatchers. Oh no, it would be a shame if they were to steal my children. Anyways. So I've got barracks here. And they're going to train and do all their thingies in here. No, we need boxes too. Traps, weapon. I have not seen Hobo today, no. He's probably still at work. A lot of big companies are doing away with common sense in favor of getting data, so they'd rather have 100,000 customers say they don't like the thing in a survey than not do the thing nobody's gonna like. That's fair enough. What's up, Valleys? So Twitch will shut up. Well, I mean, I don't know. Chat, round of beers so that we don't have to see Valleys resub much longer. There's a pet lamb running around. Who gave you the right to have a pet lamb? It's like having a pet dinner. It's just weird. Actually, you know what? Let's move these one further down. I'll take that out once they're done. It'll be easier to see. Yeah, no, I mean, like, I do also have, like, hard to defend stairs leading into my fort. They're over here. But they go up to here, which are connected to a different lever, which goes down here. So I just pull that lever, and then when I pull that lever, then the gate, or the trapdoors at the top all slam shut. Right now, like that. And I can do that even if they are captured. So even if... That's a lot of miasma. Even if stuff sneaks into my fort, then it really doesn't matter. I can just, you know, lock the door. And we also have this gate and then this gate up here. And because it's in a pretty high traffic zone, it kind of doesn't matter. It's like if something bad shows up, I can lock this gate by pulling a lever. I just pull all these levers and the fort's sealed. Which is generally a pretty smart way of doing it. Bracelets and spears. Dream of creating a great work of art. Analysis lover dreams of mastering a skill. Well, you are stressed because you were in the military, and then I removed you from the military because it was stressing you out too much, so I'm not going to put you back into the military, as tempting as that is. Of raising a family. Want to fight and you want martial training and you want to make romance? Well, you can make romance in the military, dwarf. You also have a spouse, so I don't think we need you to craft too much more romance. Silverstone's your favorite track? I have a few favorite tracks. I think probably Baku is my favorite track to watch on TV. But if I were to say I have a favorite track, it's probably Montreal, just because I've been at this point. But Silverstone's fun, and I'm looking forward to getting to watch, you know, a second sprint race in a row, because the last sprint race was kind of great, and there's like a 70% chance of rain or something this weekend, so looking forward to that as well. Are you guys wearing the wrong uniform? I think they are. Yeah, they're wearing the wrong uniform. That, or I don't have enough armor. Send him to the therapy dwarf? He's already going to the therapy dwarf. He's hanging out in the tavern. He'll be fine. I mean, look at the stress on this fort. Considering most of these dwarves don't have bedrooms, they're doing pretty good. Stress on this fort is pretty okay right now. And then we go all the way to here. A little tour around the fort? Sure. I mean, it's pretty quick. Kind of have a little entryway here, which goes into this area. There's a back door up here for the stairs. We got a little prison. We got our captain of the guards area, a little artifact hall. We got some guild halls right here and a bunch of bedrooms. A little industry kind of set up in the middle. We got farming going on, a little farmers guild, which is quite large now. And we got wood stockpiles and some more general stockpile trading. A little bit of power is being generated. We're going to be generating more power. And then up here on the surface, we have a little bit more going on up here. I've got some walls that still need to be finished. But generally, like, we've got this little outer wall. And I've got this little surface tavern where we accept a lot of visitors. And it's intentionally dangerous, and we're very close to a bunch of necromancer towers to hopefully cause fun. And then if I go down the stairs, you can see that we've hollowed out quite a bit of this cavern layer. And that's pretty much it. That's the fort. Quite small. Yeah, I mean, like, one of my neighbors always goes on about how, oh, it's the Max Verstappen show. It's like, well, cool. As long as you ignore the fact that Max Verstappen wins basically everything, Formula One gets a lot more interesting. Like, just cheer for people that aren't Max Verstappen and you'll have a good time. Well, I'm too good at making my forts, like, easily defendable, right? Second and third, and then fifth and sixth is usually pretty entertaining too. All right, so we've got a dwarf who wants skeletons. Do you have skeletons yet? So, well, hopefully somebody hunts something. Let's make some iron bolts. Because otherwise this guy's just gonna, you know, die. You can only pour lava on thousands of goblins so many times before it gets old. I mean, over in Machine Waters, I did engineer a Moses button, which I don't think is going to get old anytime soon, but, you know, maybe eventually it'll get old. I have a feeling that the Moses button is going to be pretty entertaining the first few times we use it. A what? A Moses button. You know, I pull a lever and it parts the oceans and exposes a walkway, and then the baddies walk down onto the walkway, and then I pull the lever again and it drowns them all. That's what I've built, which I'm sure will be very entertaining. I mean, it's going to be wet. I don't know about the best, but... we'll just make you invis. It's fine. All right, so then up here, are you spinning? Yes, you are in fact spinning. So let's get another fountain going. That's some Old Testament shit. I mean, Moses is a pretty common dwarfy name, so... Kiddo here is hauling a bucket. He's gonna go fill a pond for us. You know, actually, I may have screwed this up. I may actually have to, like, not have this here for a moment and, like, put a floor piece there. Yeah, because it's falling down into there, so it's just filling that puddle up. Although, we're not going to be playing Machine Waters today because I realized this morning that as of today, I can now play Xenonauts 2. So we're going to be playing some Xenonauts 2. That's what we're going to be doing today. Later today. It's very rare that I'm, like, excited to have early code for a video game, but... yeah, I got a key. I didn't even ask for it. They just sent it to me. They're just like, we think you might be interested in Xenonauts 2. I was like, don't mind if I do. So it'll be pretty blind. I haven't played Xenonauts since, like, 2015 or something. So it's been a really long time. And I also haven't touched their demos, so... Let's see, is anybody gonna go grab new shields? Let's actually just do this. Metal spears, reassign everything. Yeah, they're all gonna go grab new shields. Yeah, they don't generally actually update equipment unless you, like, forcibly make them update everything. Fuck yeah, program is working. Yay! I don't know what program you're working on, but good for you. It's now covered in water. At least they are totally fine about being covered in water. Wait, if you have a helm on, how come I can't see it on your head? In your sprite up here. It's like, it shows up down here, but not up here. Will most likely be unless you need to focus, and will most likely be in unless I need to focus, in which case music, but for sure later tonight. Well, we'll see when we see it, Taylor. Thanks for swinging by. Took it off for the Oh, there you go. I gotcha. Yeah, that makes sense. I see the logic there. So I was initially planning on just like digging this down to dirt. But now I'm kind of thinking that maybe we just leave it. I think it'd be kind of cool to have like an entryway with, you know, traps all over the top that just has like trees growing around, like underground trees growing around it. I mean, it might make my trap hall less effective, but I don't know. I think it would look cool if we were to do that. Less effective, but aesthetically pleasing? Exactly. Trap hall, is that a discotheque? Definitely, because people still... do people still say discotheque? Is that a word people still use? I don't actually know. Like, do people still call clubs discotheques? In my experience, they're just clubs now. Maybe make it a few levels deeper. The thing is, I think that I'll be through the dirt if I go any deeper. Yeah, they'll be through the dirt if I go any deeper. I think this is like the last layer with dirt in it. Current 1980s German raver. Fair enough. I never got into the rave scene, and I've admittedly would probably enjoy the club a club scene, but I've never gotten into any of that. Been pretty terminally boring. Don't know how much further I want to go with this. Loud and crowded is your personal hell. I mean, I love metal shows, which is just that, so. Which my counselor says is concerning because one of my main reasons to go to metal shows is to go to metal shows and knock people over. I also like festivals. I mean, like, I've talked about this a couple times. I'm going to a festival, I think next month. It's either next month or the month after. Might be the month after. Which is headlined by Weezer and Third Eye Blind, so... Imagine going to a festival headlined by Weezer in the current year. I just need to get in the pit. I mean, we all. No, there isn't going to be a mosh pit at that show. That's going to be a hands up sing along, but I'm here for it. Saying it ain't so. I mean, I can tell you right now there probably won't be a mosh pit at Weezer. What is this, 95? I mean, I was born in 94, okay? I was talking to my friend who I'm going with. I'm like, you realize there's going to be a lot of moms at that show. He goes, that's fine as long as I don't need to hang out with their kids. I'm like, okay. As long as I don't need to smosh, I'm here to mosh. I mean, that's how I feel about Third Eye Blind. Third Eye Blind's current stuff is very good. But also, Third Eye Blind was never really like a pop group. Here's the thing, Quirkus. If you're that upset by ads on Twitch, it's not impossible to block them, and it just takes a couple Google searches. You can do it. I have faith. And also, I won't hold it against you in the slightest if you block them. It is absolutely possible to block ads on Twitch. Just weird it out. Oh, okay. Well then. That, or if someone's feeling generous, they can help Blind hit his minimums for the day and gift you a sub. Which, frankly, I think is preferable for everybody. Matchbox 20 is also still good. So is Modest Mouse. Like, that era of, like, late 90s, early 2000s pop is still good. Still good. That or I'm just old. Your brain blocks it. That's fair. Zone out for a minute 30. It's your opportunity to check social media platforms or your phone. Or as my neighbor says, play a rounds of Words with Friends. Because apparently people still play Words with Friends. You have a friend who always plays Beverly Hills on the jukebox at our local pub on repeat? I mean, I would do that too. If I went to a pub with a jukebox, I would do that. I would absolutely do that. I like that song. Nuzzle, what kind of dwarf would you like? Oh, shit. Any luck? Nope. Nope. You know what's funny is that clip where I read "is a baby" while I was reading that dwarf's description. I think it was Elfie that claimed it. YouTube has told me that clip is not fit for monetization. Do not care because it's a short, and I'm gonna upload it anyway. I just think it's really funny that I'm just saying because she's a baby constantly is apparently not okay for most advertisers. It's like, there's nothing inappropriate about this clip at all. But YouTube doesn't agree. You want to be a military dwarf? All right. Beard or no beard? How goes the gaming? The gaming goes pretty good, Walrus. Carnation. Where's shark jumping, walrus, and shark attacks? We need to have, like, the full trifecta of usernames. Beardly, does a Dobar the Spear Dwarf work for you? He is kind of old. Or I could give you, like... Okay, that one's already taken. I could give you Locum. Locum's pretty okay. Not as old. I've got Mistum, who's also okay, and not as old. But this one likes communing with Uda. We've got the newer military squad down here. They're not whoever that is. I'm just saying we got. I like names with. I like it when usernames just like fit. It's like when we had 8 people with the name Potato somehow involved. Like we had Sentient Potato, a Devilish Potato, a Living Potato, and then there was several. There was an Alien Potato. There was a few potatoes. We had quite a few potatoes in the chat for a bit there, and it just entertains me. That's all. Yes, hobo. There was there was a stoned hobo, hobo Chris, a violent hobo, and then some other hobos. This whole mess of beans. But anyway, Locum is the dwarf that you want. Nolzel. Nolzel desires little for himself in the way of possessions and would never pass up the chance for a good fist fight. Tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions and likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract. Has a noticeable lack of perseverance and is troubled by this since he is a noticeable lack of perseverance. He is moved by art and natural beauty and troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He often feels envious of others and does not easily hate or develop negative feelings. He is not particularly interested in what others think of him and finds obligations confining, and he's conflicted by this for more than one reason and often talks to inanimate objects when he's bored. I do that too. Like, hello, rat. Anyway. Needs alcohol to get through the working day. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world and values artwork and doesn't see cooperation as valuable. Does not care about family one way or another. He likes zinc and red zircon and pear wood and green glass and the color buff and suns, coins, and the words of the youth of cleaning and prefers to consume giant ostrich and tuber beer and absolutely hates lizards. You want to eat a good meal and fight and craft an object. You've not killed anything, and aesthetically, his very long beard is neatly combed. His medium-length sideburns are neatly combed. His long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his nose is narrow. His burnt umber skin is wrinkled, and his free-lobed ears are somewhat splayed out. His hair is buff, and his eyes are emerald. Chat room, I'm going to go get my lunch. I'm kind of hungry and my tummy keeps grumbling, so I will be gone for about a minute. You guys can follow this baby around as Mom carries him. I will be back momentarily with a sandwich that I will be consuming. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be awesome. If I come back to a hype train, you guys get bonus points. And if you happen to have sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. Back in a mo.
Sandwich! Tea Earl Grey, hot.
Let's take a lovely fruit, the tomato. Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put it on your shit. It's shit! Stop eating ketchup!
Cheese for everyone! Flobberdobberdoggadoggies? you fucking donkey!
Bring out your dead!
Heal, damn it!
Oh geez, Van Ori, thanks for the 5-pack. And Ezra Reindeer, thanks for the penny. And Suited Giraffe, thanks for the $1. Streamer returns as a cheesemaker goes berserk. Well...
Locomotive?
Locomotive. That's funny. Wow. My dude just shot a bolt at him. And, so did the hunter. Well. They tend to, because they get outnumbered pretty quickly. I mean, got struck in the head with a copper pick, and his head got cloven asunder. No more cheese? Well, I mean, we can make some cheese and to honor the cheesemaker. To milk some animals, though. How could this happen? Because I slaughtered the animals at the wrong time. Well, it's doing all right. We just had to put down a cheesemaker for making cheese too effectively, clearly. Got a little military building up, which is good. Plenty of requests to join Rosepass. We have plenty of bards. Haven't seen any zombies in a while. Why do you... A failed artifact, yeah. Two small sandwiches, gotcha. I had a cheese sandwich, which I consumed, and a handful of red currants, which I have to say are very underrated berries. Like, red currants are like an S-tier berry. But, you know. All that being said, though, seriously, Van Ori, thank you so much for that 5-pack. It's, we're in summertime, which is, you know, kind of slow season for Twitch to a degree, so appreciate it. Fresh red currants. I picked them yesterday. I'm also going to be picking a bunch of black currants and making a black currant jam. Hoping to get ahead of a larger amount of black currants later this summer to make some mead. Ooh. Yeah, I'm blackcurrant jam is what I know what to do with black currants, and usually what I end up doing with them. I really like mead, but I find it's better to just buy mead because buying mead is often more cost effective than buying the raw honey. It's like, unless you have like access to large quantities of raw honey, it's like kind of wasting your time. But if you happen to have access to large quantities of raw honey, then absolutely, yeah, make mead. Or if you're like Hobo and, you know, have access to a grocery store that you work at, then yeah, do that. A little of that to PAX. I live in Canada. Good luck bringing a jar of homemade jam across the border without getting arrested. That seems wild to me, that it's hard to buy mead in, like, Netherlands. Or, like, anywhere in Europe, for that matter. Because, like, don't you guys have, like, these monks that are obsessive with the alcohol they make, and don't monks make mead? I don't know, here there's, like, 4 meaderies, so mead is quite easy to come by. Also, I take the bus down to the States, which makes it even harder to bring weird shit across the border. It's not like I can just put it in the trunk and drive across and be like, totally normal, trip across the border. Bye, guys. It's like, it's actually even harder for me. Because not only do I live in Canada, but also, like, I take the bus across the border. Max Mac, thanks for the 5-pack, mate. Cheers, dude. Thanks for keeping this channel funded and for throwing money into the, like, November-ish vacation fund. Which is when I'm probably going to go on vacation again next. I've got a couple conventions coming up, but those aren't vacations. But, like, I'm going to be going to TwitchCon in Vegas, and I'm going to be going to PAX West in Seattle. But thank you, Max Mac. Although, frankly, I think if we are able to pull off that higher sub split, we'll do some sort of subathon in October, I think. There will be some fun in the Vegas trip. I know that for a fact because, yes, I'm going to TwitchCon in Las Vegas, but that same weekend is when we were young. So me, Hobo, Jess, and Jess's partner all bought tickets. So we're gonna go see the When We Were Young festival. Speaking of, like, super out of date, like, music shows, I get to that's like Sum 41, Blink 182, and all that. Which is interesting, because Sum 41, like, just split, so it's technically, like, one of their last shows. Anything on the East Coast? Why would I go to the East Coast? It's, like, no logical reason for me to go to the East Coast. Make a couple more magma forges? It's like, the thing is, like, I guess technically there's a PAX on the East Coast, but, like, why would I go to a PAX on the East Coast when I could just go to the exact same PAX on the West Coast, and it costs me $30 for a bus down to Seattle, and I sleep on my friend's sofa instead of flying to the East Coast. Like, there's, like, I don't know. It's like $1,000 cheaper to see the same stuff at PAX West than it is to go to PAX East. Like a metalsmith forge. So I can do this stuff quicker. And this is the fancy forge with the steel anvil that's made of platinum.
I went to PAX East in 2019 and didn't like Boston and didn't particularly like the convention, so I will just go to PAX West.
Crypt Wave.
Realik, thank you very much for the 7th month. Welcome back. Yeah, we can get that done. These done too. For a particular reason, I can't click that button right now. Odd. Gonna say no to more visitors for now. What are we doing on bedrooms? Quite a few. Still needed. I think I'm going to close this. And close this. We're going to use this door as our front door now. That dining room is like sort of windows out to the garden of plump helmets. Oh, you mean this? This is the Farmers Guild Hall. Here. It's the Farmers Guild Hall. So yeah, they do have fortifications out to the plump helmets, but to me it's like, I think it would be logical for the Farmers Guild Hall to have like a window out into the fields, you know, and be right next to it. So it's the Farmers Guild. Nixie, hello. Just makes logical sense to me. Seems like a smart place to put it. As we sit here and wait for the game to save. Farmers Guild looks like a tractor. Sounds like it's on track. I don't know. Well. How do we go about doing this? Here we go again. Here we go again. Yep, so they are the elven ones. So the only ones we see initially are the zombies. We don't actually see the intelligent undead. I'm gonna run the military up behind the tavern. Oh, also, one of the, like, weird rules that I haven't really mentioned to any of you guys yet. This person seems strange. One of the weird rules I have with this fort is I'm not gonna use any burrows. Also, can I just say that this is a funny looking dwarf. They're a Baroness consort, and they're carrying a book, wearing leather armor, but they're a Baroness of consort of one of the local factions. Oh shit! There's an undead rodent man upper arm. So there is vampire. There is not vampires. There is necromancers, because this rodent man just got resurrected, which is kind of funny. There's a skink. Look at that. It's a skink. Fort skink. It's just an arm. It's gonna cost you an arm and a leg, though. Maybe I don't want to fight this. Herm. Intruders, drive them away. So there's necromancers running up this way. I'm hoping that the necromancers just leave, because the necromancers are the big threat here. The zombies, not so much. The necromancers, however, quite the threat. Hunter necromancers? They're all hunters, and then there's humans. So this one seems to be mostly coming from the human. They're all using wooden weapons, though. Okay, let's see if the necromancers leave. It's a very purple army. Okay, so the necromancers are leaving right now. That's what we want. We need this one Ushat to leave. My squad is back here. Woodwood or grown wood? Woodwood. And woodwood. Woodwood. They're using woodwood, not grown wood. Explosives? There are no explosives in Dwarfort. Need this necromancer to leave the map. This is about to get violent. They're shooting bolts at the tavern. The first assault of the Red Inn. It's a very grim assault. I know, okay, well, okay. There are things that explode. You can make barrels explode by setting them on fire, but you can't load barrels into catapults. And you also have no way of setting them on fire, unless you have like a dragon or a creature that breathes fire. Secondly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Secondly, on top of that, Tarn is like Dak and Tarn have been pretty against, allowing explosives. But in Magic, apparently, when Myths and Magic gets implemented, they are open to magic explosives. So, because they don't want to implement gunpowder. I'm gonna send my squads in. Holy arrows. Dwarf is terrified while in conflict. The arrows are flying, being let loose constantly. I've told them to station, like, up here, right? So we've got fights starting. We've got dwarves socializing out here in the front. My soldiers are running in. And the fighting begins. Human bard was found dead.
Dwarves are fighting. It's gonna be hard to tell who's good and who's bad, who's dying, because these are mostly zombie dwarves that we're fighting with. My dwarves are fighting through and defending the bridge. They've been given the order to hold the bridge. So far, it appears that my dwarves are holding their own pretty well. We haven't actually lost a single soldier just yet. If I check in on the combat logs, let's find somebody who's named. Let's see, UGDPY here. Is stabbing bow dwarves. Seems to be doing all right. Stabs a bow dwarf corpse in the upper body with his steel spear, tearing the muscle and tearing the liver through the Rami shirt. And the speared dwarf UGDPY bashes the bow dwarf corpse in the head with the shaft of his iron spear, and the injured part is crushed. Oh boy. They continue cramming their way through. We do have one dwarf getting tired up in here, Zassit, which is concerning. When dwarves start getting tired, that's when we start losing dwarves. There's guts hanging on the ground, bones and pieces flying everywhere. Is the river full yet? Okay, no zombies down there yet, but there is stuff in the river. Dwarves are continuing to hold the bridge. The big difference... Oh, Nuzzle has been found dead. Rest in peace, Nuzzle, who made it to the back line of the fight. So we do have our first casualty, who is Nuzzle. Managed to get all the way to the back line, which is pretty impressive. Let's see if I can find Nuzzle. Where's Nuzzle? Right there. Stabbed a sword dwarf corpse in the lower body with his steel spear, tearing the muscle. And then all the way down here, yeah, seems to have kind of, ooh. Strikes at the sword dwarf, but the attack was blocked, rolls away, dodges a bunch of arrows, strikes a whole bunch, and then gets slashed in the upper arm with a long sword. And then that pulled the left shoulder, and he seems to have gotten knocked over and grabbed, and then that was it for the dwarf. Dwarves continue to fight through the zombie horde. Fighting continues. We've got some dwarves down here dueling, and the dwarves are moving up and through. I think that this might be the end of the fight. There's still a few left down here. I'm going to restation them down on the lower levels to hopefully finish up this mess of a fight. It seems like the dwarves are also racking up quite a good number of kills as well. I mean, if we check on Van Ori has 5 kills on zombies and 1 notable. So many zombies? It wasn't that bad. We did lose Thultag the Herbalist and a Spear Dwarf. Looks like most of my second squad is dead. But all in all, let's check the units list. There's an undead raven flapping around down here. Who I guess got shot down and then resurrected somewhere in there. Which is now dead. Send the military back to training. All in all, not a bad first fight. It's going to take a bit to get this cleaned up, though. So I need, what, 4 coffins? Also stuck in ads now. Zombies are easy. Zombies with necromancers around them are very hard. So zombies by themselves are very easy. But if there's necromancers close by, then they infinitely respawn. Also, these particular zombies from this particular tower seem pretty weak because they are wielding mostly wooden weapons, which are very weak. So my iron weapons easily crush them. But it's necromancers that make zombies hard, which is why I was making sure that the necromancers left before I started doing that. I make a generic one for everyone, Danklord, and then as they request more, I give them more. Tickers, if you have a stuck merchant, if you just exterminate the one merchant that's there, then that should fix your problem. Also, Tickers, if you would prefer I use your Discord name instead of your Twitch name, let me know and just remind me what your Discord name is, and then I can pretty easily just swap over to that, because I can give you a nickname so it'll tell me what your Discord name is.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Let's pull this. And pull that. We'll open these up. Let's actually cancel that. Let's just make sure this is the right bridge. Oh, never mind. I do need to pull this one. Pull this one. Not this one. There you go, Metalhead. Well, fair enough. And Zwollen Halb, hello. It's good to see you. But yeah, this is what I want this fort to be. I want this fort to be mostly one-on-one combat with the trap hall as like a last resort. I'm also thinking about putting another fountain in here so that the dwarves can get some misting as they walk in and out. So I think I'm going to make one final fountain up here. Like right there. What's up, Golem? All right, so I'm going to assume that those coffins are all filled. Let's go to stocks. Let's go to body parts dump. Let's go to corpses and dump. Everything thrown away. Now you have a starter template before you tended to focus on too many things at once. I mean, that video was paid for and commissioned by KitFox. Like, it's something that I used to joke that they should have done initially, and I still kind of feel that, but I made enough tutorials that I guess KitFox was like, well, pay this lad to make more. It's not technically sponsored, but they are commissioning them. We lost 2 brave dwarves. I mean, I've been building this down here, which isn't quite a mausoleum. We're concerned about the currently injured dwarves. The dwarves know what they're getting into when they sign up for battle, right? Nerev is cleaning patients, running back and forth with a bucket. Rolf, hello, how are you? To jumpstart the learning curve? Yep. Well, I got more coming. I'm doing a video on wells next. I'm going to show how to make an aquifer well, a pumped well, and a bucket well. And maybe just a dug well. How goes the dwarfing? Pretty good. You know, we got dwarves. There are dwarves on screen. We got attacked by a rather large army of zombies just now, and we killed them. It's the most exciting. I mean, it is certainly the most scene of your pants question mark as to whether or not your dwarf's going to live or die. So, I mean, if that's what you're here for, then yeah, it's pretty good for that. Yes, that.
Purifying and desalinization? I will, but not... I will not cover U-bend things, because those are too complicated for a 5-minute tutorial, because they want them to be short. So I'm not going to bother, because to me it's just easier to build a pump anyway. Like, literally, I think it's less work to build a pump. And makes more sense, and requires less explaining. So I will not be covering the U-bend system. Just pumps. No need to make things unnecessarily complicated. No? Why would you have to put a grate in front of pumps?
It's a Unix system. I know this.
Putting away all of this crap. Surprised that, like, this didn't, like, upset my dwarves more. Like, we're still kind of okay, considering how many bodies are out front. What poetry you're reciting? Oh, would help if I went to visitors. It must have been Trail is an example of the taciturn embraces. The work has no particular subject, and the writing has a hint of viciousness to it. Overall, the poetry is masterful. It's a poetic narrative intended to express pleasure with a historical figure, originating in the tempted vice. The rules of the form are applied throughout the poets, applied by poets to produce individual poems, which can be recited. No, not my dead dwarves. These are dead zombie dwarves. Not all dead dwarves on the map are mine. Mine already got buried. So, no. Just zombies. Elves are back as well, so I should probably trade with them. Just cut some gems. We'll do that. I've claimed this like 4 times and they still... I don't understand what's happening here. Like, I keep claiming this, and then it immediately gets forbidden. Like, what's happening? Odd. It's not iron, it's made of wood, so no, it's not useful. What's up, Mike? Whoops. I kind of figured, I was gonna say, is that like an oopsie post? Because I think it is. There you go. Like, I know what that is. What is happening? I also missed it the first time because you said delete. I was like, yep. I need them cut gems. Emerald cut green jades. I'm sure those will be fine. You know, it's funny. Like, you sometimes talk about, like, being afraid that you'll accidentally do that in your own chat. And now you're doing it in my chat. That's amusing to me. Anyway, chat, can I get a round of beers so that we don't see that oopsie anymore?
definitely safe for work, I swear. There's an artifact going on at a forge. Claimed a bunch of stuff. Bunch of conglomerate. Oh my god, are you gonna claim every single piece of conglomerate in the fort? Never mind, work secretly. Whew. Nice to see you too. Nah, I know how it is. I've definitely like come pretty close to like almost copy pasting a password or something into somebody's chat before. It's okay. I'm over here just talking shit about threads for every opportunity I get, so. It's gonna keep hiding on Mastodon. It's nice over there. It's quiet. The way I like it. That and Blue Sky. Very quiet on Blue Sky. It's kind of nice to be able to shitpost and have nobody see it. I can just like post pictures of this very safe for work potato I pulled out of my garden yesterday. Okay, so they didn't really bring anything good, but I do want to trade with them, so here, take a couple gems in exchange for some apricots. Sounds like a good trade. Elves. As we continue to put all of this crap away. By that I mean put it into the garbage masher and crush it. So any bets on what this dwarf makes? This here, Mebzith has got what? Iron bar, conglomerate, kangaroo bone, brush titan leather, and a bunch more conglomerate, and then hazelwood logs. It's a metalsmith's forge, and it's an artifact. Captain of the guard over here, forging spears. Can't really get more badass than that. Really need to get a dining room set up for my mayor. My mayor doesn't actually have a dining room yet. Oh, I see where I screwed up. There you go. Now my mayor has a dining room. This should be the dining room. Oh, it's an iron figurine of dwarves. Mebzith, the metal crafter, has created Kagrithir, an iron figurine of dwarves, and offers it to my faction. Well, I will have to read that in a sec, but... Well, if you don't want to let me just automatically flood fill this, I will just click and drag then. There you are. Bit of an improvement. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with this. There's just like this weird stack of stuff that keeps getting forbidden. And I have absolutely no idea what's going on here. To the point where like I'm just kind of tempted to just see if I can just forbid all of it. Oh, I know what's happening. I get it. Had it set as a dump zone. I made an extra dump zone to get a bunch of stuff out of this creek before I flooded it. All right, well, let's read the description of that artifact. And then get her moved. It's worth 5,000. This is an iron figurine of dwarves. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. The item is a masterfully designed image of dwarves in iron by Mebzith. The dwarves are laboring. The artwork relates to the foundation of Rosepass by the Red Inn of the Free Theater in the early spring of the year 500. It is encrusted with cushion conglomerate cabochons and decorated with hazel wood and encircled with bands of iron and oval conglomerate cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of kangaroo bone and menaces with spikes of conglomerate. On the item is an image of cushion
cabochon in brush tightened leather. On the item is an image of Godin, Seal Swelter, the dwarf, and dwarves in conglomerate. Godin, Seal Swelter is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Godin, Seal Swelter to the position of king of the Free Theater in 285. Shark, jumping, walrus. What kind of dwarf would you like? Bad news is because the research site, the forest got sold and turned into houses, and no one told it. Wait, really? What? That is depressing as fuck. I'm so sorry. Like, how can they do that and not tell you? That's absurd. Military dwarf, beard or no beard? Yeah, everything about that makes me mad. Exactly. I'm right there with you. Like, that is maddening. Beard? All right, you get old dwarf. Ubar. So far you got 9 kills in the first siege, all against zombies. He is in a constant state of internal rage after seeing Zasset die in 504. That was your original militia commander, by the way. So I guess that's like a vengeance thing. He lacks confidence in his abilities and tends to be passive in discussions and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and he rarely feels discouraged. He has a sense of duty, and he tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions, and he likes to take it easy. He has little interest in joking around and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. He dreams of bringing lasting peace to the world and personally believes the idea of war is utterly repellent and would have peace at all costs, and strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society without deceit is best. He likes earthenware, tin, and red glossier and greaves and mules for their stubbornness and the words of the russet luxury and the sound of the mirthful silks, and when possible prefers to consume flying squirrel and tomato wine and giant kangaroo's milk and quinoa flour, and absolutely hates bats. Well, I don't hate bats, but his very long beard is arranged in double braids, his short sideburns are neatly combed, his very long mustache is arranged in double braids, and his hair is clean shaven. His lips are thick, and his ears are somewhat narrow, and his slightly large irised silver eyes are somewhat narrow. His hair is white with flecks of gray. I'll do that. Sounds like this guy needs to retire from the military. Why? He's got a spouse, 2 lovers, and 4 children. His daughter lives in the fort, and his wife lives in the fort. He's 148 years old, and his wife is 122. She must be a gold digger. Man just wants peace. Ah, he'll do fine. Get peace by stabbing your enemies into pieces. Oh. Would you look at that? Hello, Sodell. I was near a bridge. It pleases me. Me too. Sodell, me too. I like how you're a fish cleaning necromancer. Welcome to the Free Theater, Dwarf. She is currently more anxiety prone. I'm sure that's good. Here, do not disturb research site contact info here for more info. Signs are all still there and up. They just cut around them. That is extraordinarily aggravating. Like I'm pissed off on behalf of you. Like that's awful. What is that? Cranberry wine? Okay, I need to check what kind of wine we have. Because cranberry wine, I'm down. Drinks. Okay, so we got barley wine, quinoa beer, cranberry wine, blueberry wine, blackberry wine, dwarven rum, apricot wine, cherry wine, and a fuckload of dwarven wine. That's a pretty good variety, actually. Dibs on the cranberry, blueberry, and blackberry. Maybe some of that apricot as well. Pass on the cherry wine. When you see a necromancer? Ah, no, we're here for that kind of fun. You know, someone needs to give a Silver Falcon a sub so that Silver Falcon can guns akimbo with that virtual emote. I'm just saying. I think I'm gonna need to let these dwarves party for a minute after this. Van Ori, there you go. Thank you much. Appreciate you. And Tubby Youngbro, thanks for gifting a sub to somebody I don't know. Cheers. Apparently that's their second month. Thanks for the 2 gifts. I agree. I think these dwarves need to just go party for a bit. I thought you were telling a story. I missed it. Oh no, there's vomit in the tavern. Anyway, tavern operating as expected. Tavern looks good. Thank you. Especially the vomit on the sleeping floor. There's also another necromancer hanging out in the tavern who's telling a story. You know, I once saw a necromancer who was telling the story of learning the secrets of life and death. Okay, so I've got somebody telling a poem somewhere, and it's the Scalded Keeper the Scalded Keeper and Scum is an example of the Library of Incense. The work has no particular subject, and the writing is as vicious as it can be, yet very serious tone. Overall, the poetry is inspired, so it's pretty good poetry. And then the story that our necromancer friend here is telling is in the year 441, the human Thoughtful Windstray became the Lady of the Disemboweled Fellowship. Misclick. Oop. Ah, it's all good. Well, I mean, if you didn't intend to gift a sub, I can assist if you need help, but... Does seem like we're getting through with all of this finally. There we go. That's almost all finished. Wait, cages make things immune to being underground, really? I didn't actually know that. Did not know that. Nope, it doesn't. He was just simply telling the story. It's like this one time, it would be like me talking about going to school for carpentry. It doesn't teach you carpentry. You just now know that I went to school for carpentry, right? Just kind of the similar thing with that. So no, it didn't teach them life and death. But it was just kind of funny seeing them telling the story about it. It's like one time, in older version of the game, I saw a dwarf that was telling a story about this one time a vampire named this person, who was right next to them in the tavern, ate this other dwarf. And we were trying to figure out who the vampire was. So it was pretty funny then just like seeing this dwarf going, this one time Urist ate Bumwreck. And I was just like, wait a second. Double checks Eurus' description. They have a kill. Triple checks. They haven't had alcohol in a while. Huh. So, you know. It's like suddenly you're very suspect over here. Things like that are very amusing. It's like, I love it when the game just works out like that. Yeah, no, they just do that, Tubby. They like walking along the edge of the bridges. They like being on the edge of glory. Certainly, shark jumping walrus. Okay, so yeah, nobody else is dumping. Hey, kiddo, you want to get out of the corpse pile? I know that this is normal dwarven behavior, but like, well, AI forts look pretty consistent. I would say explore them in adventure mode or reclaim them are the only two ways. But the AI forts are pretty consistent, and once you've seen one or two of them, you've seen most of them. You really need adventure mode to do that. Currently, there is no way, aside from reclaiming them. They do. They feel sick, disgusted. Sometimes they feel nauseated and ill. I'm really tempted to just pull this lever, but that would be really mean. There you go. Just get this rat dumped. There is some things that can cause nausea. Nausea in Dwarf Fortress gives an aim and targeting debuff and something else. It's aim and targeting and a focus debuff, which just is like a global debuff. There's a few things it affects, as well as movement speed and dodge ability. That already happens, yeah. They get nauseous. It is a debuff. Like, nausea exists in Dwarf Fort. I'd need to go consult the wiki to see exactly what it does, but... Alright. Easy peasy. I can now go back to other things I was working on. Although the first thing I would like to do is get more dwarves into the military. Let's do that. In terms of mastering a skill... Yeah, you'll do fine. Let's move Van Ori to be the squad leader of Squad 2. Okay, there goes you. You. Dream of raising a family. Okay, carry on. That's a devilish potato. Dreams of raising a family. Okay, carry on. You're a fisher dwarf. That's useless. You dream of mastering a skill. Internal rage. Okay. Is brave in the face of imminent danger. Welcome to the military. But no, there's several things that can cause nausea already in Dwarf Fort. But nausea isn't something you want to be widespread because it's a pretty debilitating debuff. Like, people get all excited and talk about debuffs until, like, they have them happen constantly. And trust me, you don't want there to be a lot of ways to make dwarves nauseous because... Think I crushed someone? Maybe. Sure, it'll tell me in a minute. Can handle stress. You'll be fine. I mean, like, for whatever it's worth, it wouldn't surprise me if I did, in fact, crush somebody. So where did you go? There you are. And just stood in the room. All right, well, I certainly didn't see them. I'm not going to lose sleep over it. Like I said, the game will tell me in a week if I crushed somebody. You don't need to rewatch the clip again. If you don't want to. You want martial training. Your wife kick roasts in the military. Fair enough, it amused me. I mean, I'm just saying, we don't need confirmation because the game will confirm in a minute if I did. If a dwarf is missing, then I will just assume that you're correct. But my crappy eyesight fails me once again. Of crafting and masterwork. Crafting and masterwork. Hiker Jag. Crafting and masterwork. Uh-oh. The Were Elk Master Ilaim Wathagaika Methanetti has come, a very large elk twisted into humanoid form. It is crazed for flesh and blood, and its eyes glow golden yellow. Its dark brown hair is very curly. You will know why you fear the night. Yeah, master. Master indeed. Which is interesting. Also, it's literally in my fortress, so... That's pretty bad. So was the former master of the League of Candy. Where elk? Their elk. So... I'm sorry, Tomas. I know you just got added to the military, but I saw an opportunity and I took it. We're gonna wait for it to do that. Okay, there we go. We're gonna now lock this door and unlock this door so my military can go get their stuff. I'm gonna send them all into here so that they can grab their gear. But let's see you. So it's an elf. Why would you have the master job relation? I mean, it's an elven master. Gonna wait for the rest of my military to get down here, or some more of them to get down here. It's not gonna be too strong. Dwarves run in there and stab her dead. But like, I don't know. So strange. Like, why do you have the master job? It's odd. Anyway, we found the recruit dead. Which is a shame. Imagine first day on the job, you walk into the barracks and get your gear, you're half naked still, just like grabbing your stuff, and then just like a were-elk walks into the barracks and you're like, ah! It's like, well, end of the road here, bud. Oh my. All right, let's keep adding dwarves to the military, shall we? Could also just do it this way too. Just look for dwarves that have spear dwarf skills. This guy, this fish dissector. It's the other way you can pretty consistently get decent military is just look for ones that already have skills. But it's also a pretty good way to get really pissy military, so... Although it literally only tells you who is a spear dwarf. Not who's necessarily a good fit for the military. I'm kind of tempted to throw that necromancer into the military. But that might be a bit chaotic. This is a reclaimed fort. Yes, we did reclaim this fort. I started this fort, the fort died, and then I reclaimed it. There's also a video on the YouTube channel of me reclaiming this fort. It's still got the same name, Rosepass. Mm-hmm. Shit might get really fun. Mm-hmm. So if you end up if you have like zombies, okay, so if you have like a squad with a necromancer in it and you're fighting against zombies with necromancers behind them, what usually ends up happening is you end up with like three fights happening. You'll have you versus the enemy, right? And then in the middle will be both of the zombies both of you are rezzing repeatedly. And they're just either fighting with each other or both of you. How can you get different dyes? By getting the, like, stuff that is made into dye. There's red root dye, dimpled cup dye, and then there's one other one, I think. There's emerald dye, I think. There's a handful of different dyes in the game. Raising a family. Put you in the military. I don't know what the other one is. I don't really pay attention to dyes all that often because I think they're kind of redundant. They slightly increase value of things, but I've got no like real incentivization to do that. Dwarf wants to cause trouble. I know that feeling there, Dwarf. Fight the power. Service equal. I never suggested that. I just said that it's a fun thing to do. I wouldn't necessarily suggest it, though. It's actually kind of a terrible idea. Because then, like, 2/3 of them will hate their time in the military and be actively worse off for it. So, I would state that that is not a good idea. You can do it, but it's not a good idea. I always forget about Silver Barb, too, because I generally don't enjoy playing in evil biomes. Okay. Let's do that. I think I'm going to run out of pumps. Yep. So let's do that, this, and this. Just got a notification of someone being missing, I think. Ah, yes, we did in fact crush a child. Well, at least that's that. Now we know. Make some more slabs. Hey, you know, it just happens sometimes, right? Sometimes you just crush a child accidentally. Okay, so we're gonna get those set up, then this is gonna get set up. What, crushing children? You saying I love crushing children? Or are you saying that Dwarf died doing what he loved? Whoop. Got another baby boy. Well, we gotta replace the dead one somehow. I mean, we gotta get new fresh blood somehow. It's the hard knock fort indeed, yes. So, Chad, I think we'll do like another chunk of time of this. Maybe in about sometime in the next hour and a half. Hour to hour and a half. We'll swap over and try some Xenonauts 2. Because I think that'll be a bit of fun. I mean, we may just end up hating it, but... It's always a little bit of a shock when I get new followers on Blue Sky. It's like, oh, hey, shit, there are actually other people here. What are you wielding? Oh, where'd you get bronze from? That's kind of fun. I certainly didn't make that. Gotta get back to work. Alrighty, Pack. We'll see you later, dude. Take care of yourself. Also, Chad, I'm really excited. I get to go pick 4 cabbages tonight. Tomorrow I'm gonna make some sauerkraut. What those gears and Mashirs are doing, pumping water? So some people consider this a bug, but it's a kind of accepted mechanic of the weirdness that is the Dwarf Fortress physics. So pumps are very, very fast, right? They are essentially propelling this water in a circle, okay? And what it's doing is there is 2 units of water sitting here, and it jumps to this one, jumps to this one, and jumps to this one. And it's spinning in circles faster than it can fall because it hovers for a few ticks each time, and then it gets caught by the next pump and then keeps spinning in circles. Each time, it also is sitting in mid-air, so it causes mist to fall down. Dwarves really like mist, right? They don't like being rained on, but they really like mist. So, because they're really, really, really big fans of the classic video game Myst, they get really happy thoughts every single time a cloud of mist lands on their head. So it's a really effective method of increasing happiness of dwarves very quickly, is by constantly spraying them with mist. And because being in the military, it's a very stressful job for a dwarf, it's sometimes a pretty good idea to like just have mist available that they can do this with. So there's a video on YouTube that I made of how to build one of these if you're interested. Mist generators the right way. But if you just go to YouTube and type in Mist Generators Dwarf Fortress, you'll probably find my video. Or I could just link it. There you go. Yeah, ashes are pretty the right idea there. You know, I love the fact that, like, every now and again, I'll just, like, type in a thing on my YouTube channel. It's like, I'm a decently large YouTuber these days, right? Or I have a decently large YouTube channel. Then there's this video, which is like a Risk of Rain 2 video I uploaded 4 years ago, which has 7 views since the time of releasing it. Damn. Might be a not small YouTube channel now, but there's still videos that nobody's watched that I've uploaded. All right, so are we connected yet? Not quite. Nope, you can go find it yourself. I'm sure you're capable of it, Fat Gome Boss. That's a game that I will never stream again, probably, so you're more than welcome to go seek it out yourself if you're interested. Got kind of a lot of pretty pissed off dwarves in this fort. Look at everybody. That's no good. I mean, it's kind of nice. I guess it's like it's nice, but somebody is on the side, you know, kind of getting cuckolded a little bit. I'm using grates because there's an aquifer 1 layer below, so it looks kind of nice because it's like basically draining the excess water into the aquifer. Like, you can use whatever you want, really. There's lots of things that are effective for this. You just need to give the mud somewhere to go or stop the mud from being distributed. So either put a statue there so the mud stops being distributed or give the mud somewhere to go. So I'm giving the mud somewhere to go. Doesn't matter. Lots of different ways you can do it. I really need to make more tables. And then we make a pit pond, which goes right here. We just need to wait for a dwarf to dump some water here. Why are the unhappy dwarves unhappy? Because we just hauled about 100 zombie corpses. It's got nothing to do with the fact that I crushed a child with a drawbridge. Now we just need 1 more bucket. That's not true. You can't kill clowns with a drawbridge. There we go. So now you, I can turn off. Go down here, deconstruct this. We get any unhappy thoughts of someone who was never found dead? They get unhappy thoughts if they were forced to endure the decay of a family member or a friend. So if you let a body rot and you don't bury it, they get unhappy thoughts for that. I don't know about it being crushed, though. Because then they're just disappeared. Like, they just know, like, they're just gone. So I don't know about that specifically.
No, decay means their body rotted. Because they don't get that thought if they're died and memorialized. It's like the thought that they get if they don't get properly memorialized, basically. Okay, let's lock this now. So they use the front door here. And that will force them to walk through this mist every time, which will probably help quite a bit if I were to guess. Come on, construction initiated. You can finish. There we go. Everybody gets happy thoughts every single time they walk through this doorway. They'll probably also get happy thoughts about walking past these fine traps. Okay, so let's do green. Green glass tables. Green glass throne. Green glass weapon rack. Green glass armor stand. And I think that's it for right now, and I'll just do 40 of each. We'll just keep the... I mean, we kind of need the significant mood boost right now. We also need more bedrooms. We also need some more militaries, so... Whoever dreams of mastering a skill will do at least passably okay in the military, so... Add some new dwarves in. It only needs to be 1 Z level deep. Right? And flow is easy, and if you don't understand how flow works, it's like, it comes on the map from one side, so it's coming from here, and it's flowing off here. So I just gave it another space to flow off the map. It flows off the map here. You can tell it's flowing because it's leaving there. It's draining. And then the water wheels just go 1 layer above. It's very simple. The thing that I see people doing with water wheels all the time is just overthinking them. They are literally the most foolproofly simple, easy as hell system that I've ever used for something like this in Dwarf Fort. Or in any video game, really. It works exactly the same as it does in, Timberborn. It is an extremely simple little system. Did it ever stop, Unemployed Shaco? Because I certainly hope not. Christ. Whatever would we do if the slime stopped? I just have repeating jobs for sand collection going on. But I can queue up another one. Why can I not click those? Oh, because those two are magma glass furnaces, because I effed up. But yeah, literally I just click on the furnace and just go collect sand and do it on repeat. That's literally all I do. It'll just be like, collect sand. Collect sand. Guess I'm out of bags. Okay, then I go over here and I go, make me bags. Make me bags. Because I'm out of cloth. So they go and make silk bags, and then I just tell them to do that. Well, what other question?
Actually, I wonder. Green is less steps than clear glass. Green is literally just sand. Don't need to make pearl ash or anything. Snatchers. Be a shame if you were to steal my children. Chat, let me know if the population goes down. Because if the population goes down, they actually got one. And then I'll be mildly impressed. Let's see, is that all I needed to do? All right, well, I will just simply queue up collect sand then. I'm not actually sure why that's canceling. But it shouldn't be. You go there, you go there, you go there, you go there. Sure. That should just be full of bags in a moment. You can be extended to up there. Why is that getting forbidden? Like, why are they canceling it? Needs empty bag. But, motherfucker, I've got tons of bags that are empty. I'm confused. Like, literally, I've got dozens of empty bags. Yeah, they're, like, literally empty bag right here. I guess that one's full of walnuts, though. Actually, hold on. Are they all full of shit? Oh, they are. Okay, so what I need to do is this. I got an idea. I know how to fix this problem. Let's go to kitchen menu. Okay. Let's go to seeds. All right, cook all of this shit. Not pigtail seeds. Not plump helmets spawn. But literally, well, not sweet pods. We don't want to cook the sweet pod seeds. Literally everything else. Let's go to kitchen, seeds, drinks. Don't cook any of the drinks, please. Just don't do that. Don't ever do that. I'm just going to say lavish meal. And 250. Clear out some of those seeds, please. I did not just accidentally delete the sand zone. What in the world made you think that I just deleted the sand zone? Christ. You lost a child earlier to a strange community, wanted glass, but you had no sand. Ah, yeah, that's always rough. PB, which is your next casualty? I mean dwarf. What else was I going to do? I was going to do something else, but whatever. What kind of dwarf would you like? Let's see. We got some miners, we got some carpenters, plenty of rangers for some reason. A couple metal crafters are popping up. Happier or happiest dwarf bearded? You don't want to repeat a last one? The Baron Consort of Keeper Bronze is currently the happiest dwarf in the fort. PB has a profound sense of duty and obligation and always acts with mercy and compassion at the forefront of his considerations, often feels filled with joy and lives a high energy and kinetic pace, feels a strong need to pay back any favor done for him, and very easily falls into love and develops positive feelings, gets quick to anger, and can sometimes act without deliberation. He tends to assume that the worst of two outcomes will, of course, be the one that comes to pass. He tends to be a little wasteful when working on projects, and sometimes can act with little determination and confidence. He's currently more confident and he tends to avoid crowds, and he has a calm demeanor and is somewhat quarrelsome. He is bothered by this since he values friendship and does not have a great aesthetic sensitivity. Though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason, he tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others and tends to make a small mess with his own possessions and has little interest in joking around. His hands jump all over the place when he's excited, and when he's nervous, he tends to stretch his body and needs alcohol to get through the working day and doesn't really care about anything anymore. Dreams of creating a great work of art, and personally sees family as one of the most important things in life and has a deep respect for animals, plants, and the natural world, treasures leisure time, and thinks that it is very important in the grand scheme of things. Values tranquility and a peaceful day, and finds the pursuit of skill mastery off-putting, and values honesty, and does not really value skills related to fighting. He likes horned silver and sterling silver and giant great horned owl leather and figurines and coins and ducks for their quacks and pangolins for their overlapping scales and the words of the bewildering musics and the sound of the mirthful silks and the sight of the aquamarine of queens, and when possible prefers to consume quinoa beer and dwarven sugar, and absolutely hates rats. His very long beard is neatly combed. His sideburns are clean shaven. His very long mustache is neatly combed. His very long hair is neatly combed, and his somewhat narrow aquamarine eyes are slightly protruding. His hair is black with a touch of gray, and his skin is dark brown. The Baroness Mebzith of Keeper Bronze meets with the human keeper of the seal, Ono Cussithlinger. And says, "Greetings, noble dwarf. There's much to discuss. Such a pleasant place you've carved out for yourselves." And we will close that, and I will approve that and then just not do it because I don't want to make you a Rangers Guild. Don't care. Let's sell all this stuff. I'm gonna sell the one iron mace we have. Two swords. Take 'em. You know, chat, my brain is kind of just mush today. I think I might just swap over to Xenonauts 2 and try something new. What do you think? It's been a pretty eventful chunk of time in this fort. But I'm kind of having a hard time today coming up with things to build. So I think maybe we just go and blast some aliens. So I think I'll finish trading, and then we're going to play some Xenonauts 2. You want to see how the game plays? Me too. I mean, I'm like completely blind on it. I've seen like nothing of it. I'm seeing socks everywhere, so I might as well throw socks into here too.
Where are them traders at? Oh, here they come, I think. Maybe. I'll get here eventually. Is there a particular reason why my broker is conducting a meeting? Here come the merchants. I do have one very angry dwarf. I'm sure he'll be fine. I mean, it's one of my military, isn't it? Oh, no, it's not. It's a soap maker. They're just bored, which is the funny thing. Yeah, they saw a dwarf die, which they're not thrilled about. Royal treasurer from the humans. I think I checked last year, but do you have any fun animals? I love that they'll just like, they'll sell us a slug. They're like, yeah, we'll sell you slugs. Definitely something that, you know, are necessary for fortress survival. I also requested that they bring me pandas and grizzly bears, so we'll see if we got pandas or grizzly bears. Pet slug? Yeah, they'll sell you a pet slug. It's slightly more engaging than a pet rock. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna turn them into panda clothing if I buy any. Make panda meat. Just instantly gonna butcher them. Even, what, they just make you feel fast and productive? I don't know, man. Apparently, I mean, pet snails are quite popular, though. Zoom, zoom, indeed. I have this fan blowing on me, and it just makes me feel like I have tinnitus, as it's just buzzing ever so slightly. Okay, let's trade. Oh, well, they did bring stuff like this. They brought us grizzly, panda, grizzly, grizzly, panda, 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 grizzly, grizzly, panda. Awesome. Mark all. And, oh, I don't quite have enough value just yet. Okay. Well, I will buy less pandas then. Okay, let's go over there. I guess they can get down there because they're mining it from the bottom up. This is going to be my grizzly bear enclosure. Grizzly, 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 grizzly. Might as well also put the pandas down here so we can look at them fondly and then eat them. Will grizzlies climb trees? I don't know if they have any climbing skill, actually. I genuinely don't know if they have climbing skill. Gotta love the child jurist, you know, pulling a grizzly bear We're just leading it to where he lives now, you know, as dwarves do. Yep, nope, we're gonna war train them and make baby grizzlies. Migrants are coming. You're up to 50 dwarves after years of being stuck at 7. Hell yeah. Here comes the rest. Okay, so I go up to here, and I'm just gonna slaughter all those. The grizzly bears are going to be war trained. And here come the poor pandas. The poor pandas. I wonder if they've actually fixed pandas. I wonder, like, if they do still strictly need bamboo, and I'm assuming they do. I'm also kind of surprised that there's just pandas in this map. Usually, like, if there's pandas on a map, it means that somewhere in the world there's actually bamboo, which is a little shocking. I mean, I'm assuming you're talking about your fort. Knickers. I don't have 50 dwarves in my fort, so it wouldn't make any sense for you to have 5 dwarves in, or 50 dwarves in my fort. That wouldn't make any sense. So now I've got a bunch of, you know, war-trained grizzlies. Someone just called me and then immediately hung up. What the fuck? Not a number I recognize. It's a 1-800 number, which means it's probably a random scam caller. Just a little bit perplexing, but... Oh shit, it's to Eustath here. She's got her kid as a shield. Very effective, I'm sure. All right, chat. Made a little bit of progress today, but I'm just creatively bankrupt today, I think. So we're gonna call it on dwarves just a bit early. You know, normally we do another 2 hours of dwarves or so, but we made some good progress. We fought off a massive field of zombies, and we're going to take a break from Dwarf Fortress and go check out some Xenonauts 2. Because I have early access to that. And you guys can say goodbye to YouTube if you like. Most certainly, Cooldown. Yeah, the car that I definitely own. And you know, the warranty that I definitely have on that car that I definitely own.
This is madness! Madness. This is Stone Hobo. This is Hobo. This is Hobo.
Yeet. All right. So I'm going to disable the redeem a dwarf, complete all these, yada, yada, yada. So who's excited for some Xenonauts? I'm kind of just expecting half of chat to leave, but be like, fuck you and your Xenonauts. I'll be like, well, okay, fine. Bark, 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 bark.
See how he bites off the shell to get at the nut?
Boom. Not because of Xenonauts? Well, that's sad. Enjoy your dinner, though. Hopefully a good dinner.
Although I need to install it. It's a whole 4 gigabytes, which might take all of a minute. Doop 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 doop